take a few minutes.
White Neck and I stopped here after that post-Texas tornado in 2020 to shoot some lightning strikes.
Did you get any?
Oh, yeah.
It's gorgeous out here. It's a big sky now. We have to send out a link, let people know that we're live.
Yeah. I'll send out tweets out. I can do that right now.
Do that. Flip around. Hey everybody, we're just getting the stream up. Give us just a minute or two here and just enjoy this beautiful scenery. It's a big sky out here.
Well, it sure is nice to not have to see that dang reconnect screen on YouTube, isn't it? God, I hate that screen.
Yeah, we'll update you guys on where we've been, where we're going today, and what's probably in store for us in just a moment here. But we just give us just about a minute or two here. Reed hasn't yelled yet. It's very much a gentleman's chase today. Gotta turn down the air a little bit so you guys can hear us better. But it is it's pretty hot out here in the Texas Panhandle.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. That does fire everybody up a lot when I get excited, doesn't it? There's a desire for humans just to be stoic in exciting situations.
Yeah.
I think that makes them feel like they're more badass, you know, and stuff. But really the opposite is true, you know, and you get excited sometimes. Some people get vocal.
I feel like you just can't help it.
Yeah. Their heart
I
rate
do
will
know
slow
that.
down a little bit. It's got a one-way connection from the brain to the mouth.
So for those of you who have been with us on this bit of a chase odyssey, I guess 3 days ago I flew into Omaha. Then from Omaha we chased up, ended up in Minnesota.
Yep. Yeah, central Nebraska, and then we ended up into central Minnesota for the big outbreak of severe weather.
And then we shot on down to
We were late to the Winfield, Arkansas city storm, but we got the flash flood, lost another drone, unfortunately. Thank you, everybody, by the way, for helping us with that. Thank you.
Huge
And I almost
drone
started
help.
crying, legitimately almost started crying there after that.
And so now we've driven, I guess you probably missed.
We got a rental.
Yeah, we got a new rental.
Gotta have that step.
Gotta have that step. Sign the damage waiver, of course. Standard procedure on a storm chasing environment. And we've been driving for 4 or 5 hours or so.
Feels like about a half hour, but it is 4.
It has gone.
We were actually on the road almost 5 hours now.
It's gone by. It's just. I feel like you just adjust to time passage differently when it's like really open.
Now we have no sign yet of Echo Top showing up in the southeast corner of New Mexico yet, so it does look like the storms are going to wait for us. We roll into Lubbock at about 4:45 or 4:30, and then we'll bomb southwest toward that far southeastern corner of New Mexico. Guerrilla hail looks like the main threat. Textbook setup for massive hail. You've got east-northeasterly surface winds. You have a boundary that's settling down. in this area, almost a stationary boundary with a ribbon of east-northeasterly surface winds right along it. And you have enough bulk shear with an ejecting shortwave trough as well. And all of those things are going to lead to prime conditions for gorilla hail. Very large hail.
And isolated tornadoes cannot be ruled out.
Yeah, definitely very good chance that we'll see a tornado, I think, somewhere. If we're there on time, on the right storm, I'm pretty sure there's at least going to be 1 or 2 tornadoes within the target area.
Yeah.
Just talking with Brian earlier, how a 2% tornado risk doesn't mean the probability of a tornado within that whole zone.
Yeah. So
But there's distance in there, each individual point.
Yeah, this was my thing. If you go on spc.gov and you go to the convective outlook, that'll usually show you where the probability for tornadoes are, and you get like a high risk, moderate risk, 10%, 5%. Today I'm looking at it's like, oh, it's 2%. I was like, oh, okay, so does that mean there's only a 1 in 50 chance that we're going to see a tornado today? And that's apparently
That's
massively,
still good enough, though. That is good enough.
that's
to
still
get
good
us out
enough
here.
for Team Dominator to chase.
Any non-zero chance that we roll out.
Yeah, road dogs. But 2% is not the case. Sorry, I interrupted you. Can you further talk about what the 2% means?
Yeah, it's just a point. Each individual point, a certain distance from that point is the probability of a tornado within that. So it's kind of a density, tornado expected density of reports as well.
Got it. Okay.
What is it, 50 kilometers and 10 kilometers of a point?
I can look it up. We have Scantman, who was just an absolute machine the past 3 days. He is in Tulsa.
Yeah, we left him behind. He has some family obligations coming up, and including first thing tomorrow morning.
That's the only thing that could stop us storm chasers: family obligations. You gotta do it.
Yeah, even health issues don't stop me.
Yeah, apparently.
You just grind through. If I had to, amputate my leg or something, we'd still be chasing today.
Yeah.
We were thinking about going to South Florida for that tropical depression, but not quite ready to stand in 40-mile-an-hour rain yet. But if it does intensify, we'll be down there. If it looks like it's a hurricane, southwestern shore of Florida, then of course we're going to go. But it was formerly Agatha that has crossed over Mexico and is going to lift up northward along the eastern edge of the Yucatan and then make the turn off to the northeast. I was wondering if that was going to turn north into the Appalachians and become a potentially big flash flood producer, but it does look like it's going to go out to sea before doing any recurvature after it crosses the Florida Peninsula. And those damn mosquitoes too. That's really the whole reason that drone thing happened.
Yeah, he's got like I think I might have even jumped in the vehicle.
Yeah.
Right as you crashed, because I guess right around when something floods, you just get
blood out of my head. Like they're just sticking.
Like I have bites all over me. So that is true. Like when something floods, why are there so many just like gnats and mosquitoes?
They like to lay eggs in the standing water.
It was awful. It was brutal. They were painful bites too.
Yeah, it wasn't good.
Yeah.
But I wasn't distracted enough. I knew that yellow dot, I thought that was a reflection of the drone on the ground, or that it was a female firefly on the ground, so I wasn't distracted enough to know that.
Yeah.
So I probably would have crashed anyway. It was just that cable going across the creek that was invisible, and motion detectors.
I didn't see it. I was looking at the screen, I think, but I didn't see
it wasn't there. It wasn't visible, especially at night when you're dark.
Well, how many drones is that for you?
That's 2 in 24 hours, I think.
How many? Do you have any idea, like lifetime, how many
Maybe
drones
5
you've lost?
drones. 4 or 5 drones.
That's less than I thought.
They always get swept away by a flood. 3 of them have been swept away by a flood. Monica actually found that one. I thought it was gone forever. She went back after the flood had dried and found it.
That's absurd.
She has it hanging up on her wall. The Mavic 2 Pro. She recovered the footage too.
Wow.
That was another one where a tornado was touching down and I had to get back in my car and reposition. This old base here was a bubbler that tried to go right in front of us. That updraft base.
God, let's show people. say? Where you see the
It's an old bubbler.
yeah, about right there, old bubbler base.
That was trying to develop along the boundary, which continues to sag south.
Is it
through
that
Lubbock.
one? The one over
Kind of just a general mess.
General Mess. Got it.
It was a bubbler with a bunch of attempts, convection.
Got it.
We even had a little supercellular configuration as it developed along the boundary and then went on the cold side. But you can look at Lubbock radar and you can see that boundary on reflectivity that's sagging southward. That is our frontal boundary that's basically going to sag south and become a stationary front, and that's where our supercell is going to ride later on.
Wow, this shot's nice. You can see out the back.
Mm-hmm.
You can see what's behind us. People watching the stream can tell us. We got tailgaters and things.
Mm-hmm.
Welcome our growing audience on Twitch.
Yeah, thank you. Welcome, Twitch. Hello, everybody.
Glad to have you guys. Real good bunch. Real good bunch. I will be able to do less chat hammering moderation today because obviously Scantman isn't here. Less hands, more focus on the storms and navigation and things like that. So hopefully
Rattlesnake country out here.
hopefully our moderators today have an easier time than they've had in the past few days. I feel like it's gradually getting a little bit better, but thank you to our moderators.
Western Diamondback rattlesnake country out here, everybody, in northwest Texas. A lot of red dirt. You can see a lot of the mesquite and everything out here. So one of our favorite areas for looking for western diamondback rattlesnakes. And also we've seen a lot of tornadoes in this zone. Headed out toward Kroll, where on May 4th we intercepted the Dustbusters tornadoes. A lot of Dustbuster tornadoes out there. The Morton, Texas tornado, also a Dustbuster. Any tornado we see today probably is going to be a Dustbuster to transitioning to a Haboob as all the storms congeal together, shifting outflow off to the south, accumulating dust along the leading edge. And we're going to be deploying gravity wave sensors again. So Brian, thankfully, has been able to organize that mission as well. He's got them in a strap. Oh, he's got them right there.
Right there. Right at the ready mark. Oh, they're in. I got a little slot right here. Show you guys one more time about the science mission that we have here. Obviously, this is a rental car, so we can't have the rocket launcher on it. But
oh, we still could if we had one.
I suppose
we need Mark out to track them, though. Mark's got to be out in the field to track our sensors.
That is true. Well,
we need Mark, though, not the launcher.
These we could use by ourselves. These are our basically they're gravity wave sensors, gravitron sensors. And the idea for these is to, I mean, if you haven't watched when they launched the rocket into the tornado, look up that video. You can see some of the science they've been doing. These guys have been deploying probes, developing hail research, all this stuff. So while other chasers are just chasing, and that's great, it's very helpful.
Scientific as well. The visual part of science can never be overstated.
Yep, the visual part is, but we also need more heavy data. Okay, we are losing a little bit. Hopefully we won't lose you guys. Probably going into a bad cell area here. Getting the signal that the phone's overheating. So if it goes down, we'll be back up within a minute with another one. But as I was
new
saying,
technology that Brian's got going on.
Yep.
We're gonna start a spot fire in the car.
That's right. So this is the. Sorry.
It's a gravitron.
This is the Team Dominator, sponsored by Flexiel, gravitron sensor. And so this is not something that you can go to Best Buy and get or anything like that. These are custom made by Mark Simpson, Chasing Spin on Twitter. And all these sensors here, these are all things that he put on himself. He engineered the whole thing. This is applied science. This is amazing engineering. And so the goal of these is that we get in front of where we believe the tornado might go through, and we put these in a big triangular formation. And if it goes through that triangle, then that's the gold mine. That is a gold mine of data that nobody's ever gotten.
It's got to be an equilateral
before.
triangle too.
It has to be an equilateral
as close to equilateral as we can, with 0.5 kilometers on each side.
Okay.
Get
We'll
half-assed
do
triangle.
it. No obtuse.
No lines
Yeah.
either. Lines are the
Yeah.
kiss of death. No dots.
if
The
we-
dot is way worse
If
than
we
a
get
line.
it wrong, Mark would say, "How could you be so obtuse?"
Yes.
Right?
Yeah. But if we have a triangle where it's not perfectly equilateral, then you can still perform calculations to get the data, speed and direction of the gravity waves. It's like some dust devils, or are they plowing?
Looks like, yeah. We'll see. I guess when we get there.
This could be the boundary. Land spouts today. We could get land spouts.
But yeah, to our mods, Calm as Chamomile and Evil Gamer and
Calm as
Gina Cat.
Chamomile is my original mod.
OG.
We need to get Ginger McPherson on Facebook as well to be a mod. She's been trying to get me to activate moderation on that for.
Might need to get like a little.
That is a monster dust devil on the left.
All right. Might have some dust. No, that's a.
One
There's a
guy's
tractor
plowing,
there.
but the one back behind him appears to
Show you this.
land spout.
Of course, the trees come as soon as we're gonna show it to you.
They could have multiple.
I think I gotta pump Facebook again. Started at 1,000, now it's at 650. Turn it off and turn it on.
Yeah. Oh, and Facebook?
Yeah.
Yeah. Sometimes I just run it though until we get closer to weather, and then I'll stop and restart.
There we go. There you go.
If there is weather, then it'll hold
Got a
on to
little
it
dust
a little
devil
more.
out there. Kind of petering out, it looks like right now.
Another one here, see?
Where's that?
Right,
Little guy right there. Here's the open road. I think it's very likely that this phone overheats during our stream. We'll have it back up very quickly.
There's some towers that are starting to form southwest of Lubbock now. Southwest of Brownfield. Keeping an eye on those.
Folks, a little.
It's just a young tower on Echo Tops. You can see that boundary though on Lubbock radar, everybody, on radar reflectivity. You can see the front
Now I'm gonna
sagging south through Wilson and everything.
I'll show you guys right now here.
We need that boundary to stall out.
Yeah.
Probably will stall out Seminole to Adair.
Okay. A lot of glare here. Sorry about that, but I don't think our location is updated on this app yet. It's got us all the way over here. We're really over here. Huh. Are we not? Are we?
Yeah, we're kind of north and
This has us in Wichita Falls.
we're right here
Yeah.
on
Okay.
82.
Yeah, we're
East of Lubbock.
about here, guys.
It's like
We're
another
just in a
band of rain coming into Oklahoma City. that
Bad
could be
data
flooded.
area. I'll show you guys the radar once we get in a little bit better area. This is West Texas, right?
I'm gonna
This
take
is,
a look at the new outlook too, the Storm Prediction Center outlook, really quick.
Yeah.
Here too, the RAP analysis. If you want to show them that, you can
Sure.
really show them that boundary that's sagging off to the south. There's
So-
the east-west boundary
So here we go. We have the boundary here.
right here.
Okay.
It's that boundary. North it's stable, south is unstable, and look at the maximum in convective instability coming right up into southeastern New Mexico. 4,000 Cape out there is pretty substantial. Easterly surface winds, a lot of directional shear, so it does look like it's setting up to be a gorilla hail event.
So are we going right in this blue?
Now the blue is convective inhibition. That just kind of signifies that there's a lot more moisture there, a little bit less heating, but we're really just working this boundary.
Okay, got it.
Kind of maybe a little bit to the south of
Okay.
it where you get those easterlies right there.
Oh yeah, I
Easterlies.
forget. This is kind of a rule of storm chasing. Stuff happens on boundaries.
Just southwest
Right.
of Lubbock.
Yep.
So we want to go.
Copy that. Right. Let's see here.
Texas, continuing to head off to the west. I saw a big tornado here in 2005, around June 12th, or west here a little ways, Kent County. June 12th, 2005, big time tornado event. And that was also a boundary that was stalling out of the Texas Panhandle, southern Texas Panhandle. Another one of those days I remember is May 12th, 2005. The South Plains tornado. It was a big time tornado in 2005. Stationary boundary. Supercell developed along it, went nuts. See the rain underneath that bubbler?
Yeah.
It's trying to turn into a little storm there.
Let's see that.
Backside is kind of a little anvil. It's a little shower.
A little something, nothing huge.
There it is. See it on the radar? Sir?
I do see it.
It's actually not a bad little storm.
south?
And it's south of the boundary, so look at it. See it go?
Oh, yeah.
So we're on a storm right now near Guthrie, everybody, that just developed. It's not going to be our target storm, but we're still going to enjoy it.
Yes, but it's a good way to do a little. Here's what you see on radar. So you see, we're gonna show you radar and then what's going on in the clouds. Hopefully, I explain it well. Yeah.
Cloud base left of that rain shaft.
Yeah, it's a little hard to see with this thing in front of the camera, but this right here is a little rain shaft. You see where it's a little bit darker underneath here? Right there. And then that usually happens because if you look higher up, you might get a peak in the clouds. There's a little bit of a, it's hard to see right now, but there's a little bit of an anvil to it. So that storm is going up because there's rain on it. Who the hell is calling me? The New Jersey Department of Health. Probably about COVID stuff. But actually I want to see that. Let's go to one more second. So that little thing right there is this little thing. This is us, blue. That little thing right there, it's right there. You can see a little bit better. It's
a little wall cloud.
cracking through there.
It's a little scud hanging down.
Yep.
It's hanging down below.
So this isn't really our storm, but it is a little storm that's kind of going up, and it's a little opportunity to show you guys that yes, you can read radar. These little clouds, they're not really showing up. These little clouds are not really showing up, but when something is
producing precipitation, look at that.
Yeah, when something's producing precipitation, it's going up in the clouds.
Hydrometeors.
And then
hydrometeors.
And you see that happening. So we're gonna show you more how to read a bit more radar in the real world. Here you are. This is your phone, sir. Yeah. Hello, Germany. We get a lot of people from Germany on these streets. It's great to have you.
Weather enthusiasts. These are storms going up the south side of Lubbock. They're just bubbling right now.
So the storms are waiting for us. How many miles do you think we've done in the past 3 days? 1,500?
You usually do about 1,000 miles every 12 hours or so. So in 18 hours of chasing, you're probably doing 1,500. Probably at least 1,500 a day, don't you think? So maybe close to 4,000 plus.
Okay.
I mean, you're driving non-stop. Very rarely are we stopped.
Yeah, that is true. Even if we're just driving in circles around the storm to get into a good position, we are putting on the miles. Not always such a pleasant drive as this. This is West Texas. This is getting into Friday Night Lights territory.
We're just northeast of the Permian Basin.
Yeah.
Odessa. We might end up very near Odessa this evening on a hail producer.
Yeah.
In Odessa at 7, 8 o'clock. There also could be a threat of very large destructive hail into Lubbock too. So I think Lubbock is included in the hatch area for significant hail, 2-inch diameter or greater. We could even see some 5 to 6 inch diameter stones today. Yeah. Some of the largest we've ever seen could be possible today with this type of a setup.
Yeah, and we'd be remiss if we didn't say, smash that like button and share, please.
Spank that like button.
Spank that like.
Like button. It ended up being way loud.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting
How did that
Oh, we have
happen?
somebody from Midland.
Made my
So
ear
somebody
hurt.
from Midland. So, if you guys haven't noticed, I love movies.
Is Odessa even any good at football anymore?
I don't know, but I do know that there's somebody from Midland, so that must be close to like Midland Lee, which was they were the champs in the Friday Night Lights movie. They were the tough team.
Weren't they also like the rich kids?
No.
Midland Lee was?
No.
And then Odessa was the tough kids?
No, they were like two definitely different teams, but everybody seemed to be pretty scrappy from both schools. I don't know though, to be honest.
Odessa is I thought they were the powerhouse, right? Don't they do that crazy welcome to the jungle stuff and like all the tradition?
I don't know.
Won a bunch of state titles.
I never got into it. I did do, and if you guys don't know, so I come from the world of, Reed and I met doing Storm Chasers together.
The story of Scooby Miles is a true story.
Booby Miles.
Booby
Miles.
Booby Miles.
But I do come from like producing and TV and stuff, so I did do a show called Two a Days a while ago on MTV, which followed the Hoover.
That was with Rush Probst, right?
That was with Rush Probst, yeah. Yeah, that guy was a trip.
He's passionate about football, though,
Yeah.
isn't he? I mean, you got to give him that.
Yeah. So when we would film like his pregame speeches, you know, he'd be trying to psych up his team, but everybody on the production would be like, "Let's shoot!" Like that guy is
He really is
good
a
at
motivator.
Oh my God, he's very good at psyching.
But he
people
can
up.
barely talk, right? Doesn't he have so many polyps on his throat that it's like?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, this was like 10 years ago or so.
He was still able to fire everybody out then.
Oh man, yeah. He also had some other issues, though. Had some issues that didn't work out. He was a character, though.
Was that at Hoover?
That was at Hoover in Birmingham, Alabama. Yeah.
That must have been before Storm Chasers.
That was before
Because
Storm
I watched
Chasers.
that show a lot.
Yeah, that was before Storm Chasers. I was in
That John Parker Wilson.
Yeah. John Parker Wilson and Russ Wilson. Yeah. And they went against.
John Parker went to the.
They actually, in the first episode of that show, on his first season, they played against Tim Tebow. Hoover did.
They did.
Yeah.
And did Tebow have a good game?
Yes, he's a good player. But everybody, like, I was just an associate producer, so nobody listened to me.
Did
But
they
I was
easily
like,
win that game? Sorry.
honestly, I don't remember. Now I have to go check. I think they won. I'm pretty sure Hoover won. But he was from Lakeland, Florida, I think.
Yeah,
Tebow.
he was from Florida. Must have been the first game of the year.
It was the first game of the year.
Let's keep an eye on that thing. That's a long time if I've ever seen one.
That little.
Yeah. See, it's even got like a little hook on it,
Yeah.
like an Echo Tops. Probably not. I see some towers straight ahead, south of Lubbock. See those?
Yep.
That's probably north of the boundary, though.
Oh, I gotta turn on.
That thing ends up being the tornado storm of the day.
I'm gonna try, Gina. I'm gonna try to turn on the slow chat now too, and all the other stuff that we need to activate. YouTube is not very friendly to IRL streams just yet. A little bit of a pain. Okay. Monetize on. Let's see.
See if it's gonna just south of Lubbock, I think.
Chat. Beautiful. If there are ads on chat. I don't know. You turned on.
Yeah, I don't. Is there ads in the chat?
I don't think so.
I don't think so. All right, everybody. I think we're targeting the boundary just south of Lubbock right now. Maybe back into southeastern New Mexico, though. But that boundary continues to sag south of Lubbock. That's kind of our main target right now. Brian will be breaking down radar a lot once the storms fire.
I can do that. I'll do that as much as I can. Again, I'm not like a true storm chaser.
Well, you just have to show it on the screen and I'll break it down. All you have to do is show it on the screen. Because I know. I can look at it once.
I got you. What was I just going to say? Oh, people are asking, hey, from Iceland, I have to visit. I really have to visit. I see the opening of like Prometheus, and I love the opening of Rogue One, both filmed in Iceland. Got that beautiful black volcanic soil and that bright green grass. Gotta get there. Somebody's asking about whatever happened to storm chasers. We talk about that all the time. It really came down to there's pretty much one person who spoiled it on the network side, and I don't know. Everybody that I know wants it back, but you'll see evolutions of what we're doing out here, and in the end, this will be even better than Storm Chasers ever was. Thanks to the new technology, rising expertise.
Yeah, we got right now a couple towers that are coming out of New Mexico, about to cross toward Texas that will likely mature. We've got some severe storms down in Pecos Valley that have severe thunderstorm warnings. Those will be producing some large hail. And you're right, Ashton, the environment's pretty prime for hail. West of Abilene all the way back to the southeast corner of New Mexico, all the way down into the Pecos Valley. Maybe a little bit of some northwest flow with kind of that ribbon of greater 500 flow peeling off the south side of the trough and pointing a little bit southeasterly. And that boundary was definitely still sagging south on Lubbock radar. Normally you like to see that stabilize a little bit, slow down. The storm can ride along it or just north of it, especially where it's able to destabilize in a post-frontal environment. And we're also targeting those bubblers, those new towers and developing storms just south of Lubbock along the stationary front. We're only about an hour outside of Lubbock now.
That's what this is. Old radar data. Not an awesome data environment, but we are still streaming though. No, I'm not getting position here. I'm not getting radar data here.
Should get better in the Panhandle.
Let's see here. Jump into one more time.
Well, these riverbeds are dry, everybody, so once these storms do develop and drop a lot of rain, slow-moving storms, I can definitely see the potential for flash flooding, debris flows out here down some of these dry creeks. We don't have our new drone yet. I lost my new drone yesterday that I owned for like less than 24 hours.
Yeah, we wanted to have the brand new drone ready for you on today's chase, but we just had too much ground to cover. We barely ate. We just got a couple atomic gas station burritos for food. So the new drone will be.
Now we had some Allsup's gas station burritos down here in Texas. So I don't know what an atomic burrito is, but we had Allsup's world famous burritos at the last gas station. That was in Seymour. But Brian has never had an Allsup's burrito out in New Jersey. I know that.
I felt like it was like a Hot Pocket, kind of. It was like a better Hot Pocket.
Yeah, it's kind of like a Hot Pocket. Very unique burrito.
But you guys also don't have. I can't get an amazing breakfast sandwich in Texas like you can in New Jersey.
Just is a different style, I think. Some more Tex-Mex green chilies.
Nice ham, egg, and cheese, salt, pepper, ketchup, everything bagel toasted. You can't go wrong with that.
You can get that at Dunkin' Donuts, can't you?
No. Not like real. It's like they just put it out. They just put like one piece of cardboard, two pieces of cardboard.
Sure. The food is good out there. And the Cake Boss is from there.
Cake Boss is from Hoboken, yeah. Every time you walk by the Cake Boss's bakery, there's still like a line out the door. People just taking pictures. And
how's Brian Nichelle doing these days?
He's great. Yeah, he's great. He's working at Jupiter Media, maybe. He finally decided to kind of become a bit of a staff man at a production company. Brian Nichelle,
he doesn't have to work in the field anymore?
He gets out there, but he's just,
Let's show the people these Echo Tops on radar really quick. If you can pull that up, show them there.
Sure,
south of Lubbock.
Yeah, just cut me off.
This is the weather stream.
You asked about Brian.
I know.
And you immediately cut me off.
You said he's doing good.
Yep.
Love you, Brian. Glad you're doing good. If you go to Lubbock Radar Echo Tops.
I'm looking at the Echo Tops.
See them down here. You can see them visually down there to the south of Lubbock too. Those are tops, anvils, and everything. Let's get that Echo Tops up first, and then you can put the phone on it and I'll describe it.
Yeah. Alright, whoops. No, here's
Echo Tops just to the south of Lubbock. You can see those are already starting to bubble up above 30,000 feet.
So here's Lubbock.
Got a cluster of about 3 to 4 tops that are poking up into the atmosphere, and that's right along the stationary front that has just sagged a little bit to the south of Lubbock. So that front extends west to east just to the south of Lubbock. Those storms are developing down near Brownfield right now. But there's also a big Echo Top into the southeast corner of New Mexico. I'm sure you can see that pretty well. Those are big time monster storms that are.
So you guys see how
quickly, and those are our target areas.
This is blue here. This is like indigo here. You see this gets into even yellow. You go down here and you just hold on. There we go. We can see that the blue ones aren't very high. Echo Tops is how high a cloud goes, how high a supercell goes.
And the stronger the updraft, the higher the Echo Top is going up into the atmosphere. It just signifies a more healthy, mature storm.
Yeah, so it's like it's pretty much on a scale. Down here, less strong of a storm, or less mature. And up here, it's that's Big Baddie.
So you've got 3 different areas that we're watching for initiation. Those are the 3 different storms. This area to the south of Lubbock, and this area in southeastern New Mexico. There's also some storms further south down into the Pecos Valley that are maturing. So as we're heading into Lubbock, we're going to have to decide whether we want to stay on these and then target these, or vice versa. But these become monster hail producers. The environment is quite conducive over this entire area for supercell storms, large hail, and even an isolated tornado threat.
Nice. Solid breakdown.
Which one do you like? All those seasons?
I feel like we don't need to choose just yet, right?
Yeah, we don't.
So
Sometimes it's fun to pick them.
just pick them for the hell of it.
Target.
Yeah. So this is the boundary right here, right? Is that right?
Is that just south of Lubbock?
Yeah.
Yep, there it is.
Yeah.
See how those storms are developing just
Yeah.
south of the boundary? They should mature south and then hit the boundary.
Yeah. So if you guys see here, this line here, this is the boundary. And what is the boundary? The boundary
That's the
between
front.
what?
Yeah, front with stable air to the north and then warm, humid air to the south. And then right along that boundary, you also get a ribbon of easterly surface wind. So that enhances the low-level wind shear available to any storm that's able to evolve anywhere near that boundary.
Got it. So yeah, so you could see that very clear line right there. Stable air up here, less stable air here, and right south of it, boom, you see this storm going up. Keep an eye on that. Yeah. I guess I'll just have to pick for the hell of it. These are kind of, the storm tracks for these are kind of like, they're going like this, which I don't know.
They're pulsing and bubbling. They're not locked onto a long-lived mesocyclone yet, I don't think. But definitely unstable skies, blue skies, unimpeded sunshine happening. I can see the towers off in the distance. See those things? The bubblers. And straight right over the road, that white area is an anvil.
All right, I'll flip it around when we get over the hill there. Oh, why did I just flip it around now? This is a little difficult to see. Yeah, it's not reading all that well here. At least.
They're hard to see. Just about.
This line of clouds, this little line here, is that line over there. And we're clear again. Yeah, it's just that line right there. That's the boundary.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's the surface
down
boundary.
there you can see that the storms are firing. So over on the other side of that, that's more stable air. So over on the far side of that, more stable air. On our side, where we are right now and where these storms are, unstable air.
go off for very long, does it?
What?
The red thing pops on the top.
Oh, the connectivity?
Yep.
We really need to get sponsored by one of these rapid rehydration drinks. Just crushing these. And I feel better than I have. I feel like this is you.
Sure.
You want one? Yeah.
I've already had two, so that's probably yours.
No, this isn't mine. This is mine. I got the orange. One was really good.
Thanks. That might be the actual wind shift just to our south, and that's the stable air to the north. A little bit of a ribbon of heating in between the wind shift and the actual cloud deck with the stable air. Seeing some bubblers and towering cumulus even off to my south, extending east along that boundary.
Seeing, just jumping into YouTube, seeing the thumbnail kind of look like a doofus. I'd like to pose for a new thumbnail if possible. Yeah,
I do.
Let's see. Trying to catch up with chat here too.
Big time updraft on the southern side of that anvil mass there. Looks like those south of Lubbock are still bubbling. They're not necessarily maturing into severe storms. Just decent tops. I think that something will come out of that. The more healthy storms are west of Oil Center, headed toward Jaw, moving toward a Wink, into the Permian Basin there. But I wonder if that boundary south of Lubbock might even be just a little bit more conducive. But we could easily end up down near Monahans,
Where's that?
southeast corner of New Mexico.
Oh man. Not to New Mexico. I just spilled electrolytes all over myself.
There could be worse things, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, those are starting to look supercellular there in southeast New Mexico, intensifying quite rapidly. I think they're already severe. Severe thunderstorm warning is going to be coming out very soon to the northwest of Jaw. That's in the far southeast county of New Mexico. Assess the environment that these storms are in too. Cluster of severe storms down in Pecos Valley continues down there. What those storms down into the southeast corner, can you show them this screen and then look at the wind bars in the southeastern corner of New Mexico? See the surface winds right up there in southeastern New Mexico are more out of the southeast. Hit the back button.
Got it.
Okay, in that southeastern corner of New Mexico, you can see that the surface winds are out of the northeast. They're weak, but they are northeasterly. Those will probably bend back to an easterly direction as those storms mature. You can see a little bit further to the east, out over just to the south of Lubbock, we have more due easterly surface winds, even southerlies out to the east of it. these are also in that post-frontal environment. So if a storm is able to mature in Lubbock, it might even have some better moisture to work with than back into southeastern New Mexico. But I'm going to pull up a surface map next, and then we'll be able to see what the dew points are like in southeast New Mexico.
I'm gonna move this mount because it's just gonna overheat more. I gotta move it back into the. I'll put it up. Hold on for a sec, guys. I gotta move the phone into the shade a bit. Stand by.
I'd like to show you the strong wind shear along that boundary just south of Lubbock as well on this screen. So this blue area there, that is really strong 0 to 1 kilometer storm relative helicity. It's effective helicity in this case because it factors in the inflow layer. But you can see very strong wind shear south of Lubbock, southwest of Lubbock, right along the boundary. Notice how that most mature storm over southeastern New Mexico is just a little bit south of the best wind shear. So I'm really hoping that something develops off to the east, just to the south of Lubbock Towers. That's the area that I'm going to be watching for convective initiation.
Copy that. Let's see how I can do. So this may not be the most ideal look, but we're going to get you guys out of the critical heat warning. Oh wait, is this upside down? I wonder if it's upside down now. I hope not. Sorry if anybody's got a weak stomach. Yeah, we gotta figure out how to cool this a little bit more.
We put it on defrost, turn the temperature on cool. It should come up.
Let's give it a couple minutes out of the sun here. Don't think this. How's this angle, guys? Is this not terrible. We're just trying to not overheat. We'll go back over here in a second.
There's the Cap Rock escarpment up there, the plateau. See it?
Yep.
Beautiful canyons in that too. Paladuro Canyon is the most prominent. I want to do a hike or something tomorrow. That would be a good experience.
Got it. I gotta get home, basically. I gotta get home. I was like,
I'd be out here forever.
I was gonna chase, so I was like, yeah, I'm gonna chase for 1 or 2 days. I guess this is going on day 4 now. But it's just, you also know that it's very likely to happen when you're storm chasing. That, you know, if there's a setup that looks like it's gonna produce, drive 4 or 5 states if you need to do it. Let's see.
Seems like that's kind of the story of this year. It's going from Southern Plains up to Iowa, Minnesota, back to Southern Plains, back up to Iowa, Minnesota. Initially, we were headed out to the Mid-South over and over again. It's going all over the place.
Put it up here. Out of the sun. You guys can actually see a little bit.
Lubbock, 45 minutes from Lubbock. Not too far.
This is Jaden.
What did he say?
It says it's like the 30s Dust Bowl. Visibility is roughly 2 miles.
Oh, is he in southeastern Mexico?
Said good luck seeing anything over here south of Lubbock. It's like the 30s Dust Bowl.
Or going for a haboob then.
Yeah. And it's a haboob it is. If you guys have ever seen a haboob, they're pretty amazing. It's like Mad Max Fury Road. They drive into a haboob. There's been plenty of... You've captured a couple amazing haboobs recently.
Big haboobs. The biggest one I saw was in 2018 in Arizona. Aaron Rupert and I saw one in the Texas Panhandle like in 2003 or 5, somewhere between early 2000s. We ended up camping in Monaghan Sandhill State Park, and then windbag came in, the gust front came in and blew our tents away. We were cooking hot dogs and the tent just went airborne. Didn't stake it down, of course, and it just got pelted by dust. Slept in the car, and then that morning we saw an eastern hognose snake.
Jake ZX1. I didn't put it directly back into the sunlight. Come on, man.
What's going on here?
I don't know.
Coming into Dickens. Yeah, we're only about 55 miles out from Lubbock now.
Hot dogging going on here. Tightness.
Pain, drought, whatever, man. Butt cheeks.
I feel like this rental's seats are not
as comfortable.
Not great. We are 55 miles or so to Lubbock. Are we north or east? East of Lubbock.
The oil center one does have some broad rotation, big hail producer. Probably has 2-inch diameter hail already in it, northwest of Jal in the southeastern corner of New Mexico. Now we're up on the Cap Rock Escarpment.
Pretty dry.
Central Daylight Time, 3 o'clock Mountain. Storms are intensifying. They're already clustered out down in Pecos Valley. That storm that we were on back to the east has intensified as well. So I wonder if that in northwest Texas is going to try.
Yeah, so
It's still like the bubblers south of Lubbock though. So I'm really hoping that that area south of Lubbock forms.
try to show this to you guys.
Yeah, I can see it.
Just turned. Excuse me. Sorry. Okay. Yeah, we can see it. See this right here? That was the storm we were on before when we were showing you the echo tops or how high it's going. And you can see that one. It was hard to see before, but there's the rising updraft there. And there's another one right there. But where we're going, we're going to see some stronger ones probably. Is that correct?
Yeah. The environment is quite conducive for supercells, very large hail across southeast New Mexico and across Lubbock. I think that the energy that's ejecting the shortwave jet stream that's ejecting those storms in southeast New Mexico is going to overspread the boundary to the south of Lubbock, and that's going to initiate as well.
Yeah, and a lot of people keep asking about the rental car stuff. You know, it's been publicized that these cars get destroyed, and
we're going to try not to, of course.
We're going to try not to destroy it, but it happens sometimes.
Yeah, I think that area from Adair through Tahoka is probably going to have a mature storm out of it. East-northeast winds, a pretty classic large hail producing day. Just a textbook large hail producing situation. East-northeasterly surface wind. There's something about that northerly component with the surface winds that creates incredibly large hail.
Still something we don't understand, huh?
I think it's the directional shear.
Yeah. I've always been the guy big on shear. And I feel like
I'm all about wind shear, yeah.
I feel like other chasers I've heard don't mention shear as much as you do.
Yeah, maybe they're more about cape and instability, but
yeah.
I feel like I'm more of a kinematics guy. Wind shear, shape of the wind shear, and then I think that determines the impacts and the personality of the supercell storm.
Shaky here. Hopefully it's not too shaky. This is why it was mounted down below, so it's a little bit more stable for you guys, but then you're in the sun, then it overheats, and you don't see it.
See the low clouds up there? You definitely see the moisture. Wispy low cloud, and I think that we're north of the boundary right now. We're right along it. There's more of that action up here. It's possibly the one south of Lubbock, but I think we're facing northwest.
Texie Sunez donated and says, wave when you get to Crosby too. We will do that.
I'm a big fan of Crosby, but I've been there a lot. Many times.
Yeah, you and Scantlin too. I was amazed. Like every little town we went through,
Oh yeah.
you guys were like, oh yeah, they have a good so-and-so here. This guy named so-and-so runs it. They're like the most traveled people in America. Probably
in the central U.S., definitely in the heartland.
Yeah, that was one of the best parts of storm chasing, is going through like America's heartland and just seeing everything. All the states look a little bit different, but the people are mostly nice all over. Pretty much
this
nice
stable
all over.
air here that's dominating the Lubbock area, but a little bit to the south of that, it starts to lose those clouds. And then you can see the towers out to the south of Lubbock. That's out near Tahoka.
So this is the stable air up here.
Yeah, you can see those lower clouds, the stratus clouds in front of us. That shows you that blue that you saw on the Cape map, the convective inhibition. You can see how it's smooth and wispy. We call that laminar. That's the stable layer right there to the north of the boundary. You can even get waves on top of it, like waves on top of an ocean. And then off to the south, you can see the storm that's developing down there. It's probably going to be one of the storms that we'll target.
Right, so that's basically one of the anvils that's hit the bottom of the troposphere right there. Sorry.
Or hit the top of the troposphere. Bottom of the stratosphere.
Top of the troposphere.
The tropopause is the boundary between the two. They like to come up with real complicated sounding words in meteorology to make us sound smart, but it's really just a boundary. A layer cake. Okay. Imagine a hamburger. The bottom bun is the troposphere. The meat is the stratosphere. The top bun, the mesosphere. And it'll just keep on going.
Got it. But basically, when you hit a certain point, when it goes high enough, the clouds just really can't go any higher, so they anvil out. Unless you have a super powerful updraft, in which you get what's called an overshooting top, and that's when you'll get a little like above that. Sorry, I'm trying to above that table. Yeah. You'll get like just knuckles coming up after, and that's how you know it's a real strong storm, right?
Yeah, it'll poke just up into the stratosphere. It's almost like it has momentum and inertia, and it carries it up in, and then the parcels begin to fall back down to the tropopause. But usually, it needs to have a rotating updraft or a mesocyclone to generate vertical velocities that are strong enough to penetrate into the stratosphere.
Yeah. Hey, Crosbyton, 13 miles. We'll wait when we go past.
Want to look at radar again. Down in southeastern New Mexico, you can see that storm is splitting. And the southern one has a cyclonic curvature to the reflectivity gradient. If we were on that storm, we'd want to be in Jaw, looking off to the northwest. But it looks like that is the area that we'd want to be on. South side. The northern one is also starting to intensify. These are all in southeastern New Mexico. I'm really watching this area south of Lubbock for maturing supercell storms and large hail potential down near Tahoka and O'Donnell. We could very easily end up down in Andrews area. Andrews could easily intercept that. We can intercept that storm. That's kind of the hail capital of the southern high plains also.
And this is just about as flat as you get, folks. This is
up on top of the Camp Rock.
Get a little artsy with the shots here. Lens isn't long enough, really. Shutter speed's a bit high.
Decide whether we want to head down toward Post and get ahead of that storm or not. South of Lubbock, these might happen. This cluster could happen. This one's already a full-blown supercell large hail producer in southeast New Mexico.
It all seems on the same sort of trajectory, isn't it?
Yeah, I think they're all on the same, similar latitudinal line. That's what we're looking at on your Tahoka. That is trying to bubble up a little bit more than others.
It's just an update of where we are, where we're going. Here's our location. You can see that little arrow there shows our direction. So we're keeping an eye on this one, keeping an eye on these two. So it's kind of all in the same direction. So we're gonna, as we move forward, we're gonna be monitoring this one. You can see that this one's already a severe thunderstorm. visuals on what you guys see with the radar too. All this stuff is going to improve in the coming weeks. Obviously, you've seen a big upgrade, just the quality of the video and the fact that the video is not dropping out all the time.
Yeah, it's 88 over 59 in southeast New Mexico. Look at that.
What's that mean?
Northeast wind. That's a big temperature viewpoint spread. Almost a 30-degree temperature viewpoint spread.
So that means a high cloud base, right?
Yeah, the ones out in southeast New Mexico have higher cloud bases, less likely than producing a tornado. Yeah, variable speed by this person. Looks like she's given the right.
A real hot dogger here from TCU. Cheer.
Lubbock is cool now. Lubbock has a surface top that's dropped into the 60s and they've got a really strong northeasterly wind. That's part of the dust. And that's getting picked up off the back rock. So we want to be, we prefer more of an easterly surface wind. Even though the viewpoints are mixing out a little bit even to south of Lubbock.
Daniel Rolke. I hope I'm saying that right. Rolke. Says it seems like he's watching us head into the beach. We are not heading to the beach, but it does seem like just a pleasant day out right now.
Highly variable speed.
Dan Gunn's asking, when should you stop chasing?
Never stop chasing. We're doing some pretty high dew point or low dew points though, even south of Lubbock. It's like 88 over 58 down there. So the moisture situation isn't as great as it could be, that's for sure. Might need to head back toward that far southwest corner where you get a little more 87 over 60 dew points.
My mother, Janet O'Toole, is letting us know that the video looks great right now.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Mrs. O'Toole.
I've seen this TRD.
Team Dominator, is that what it stands for?
That is.
TRD, Team Dominator. Yep, that's what it stands for.
America is very big. That's not big. That must be a thing. Dust.
Crosbyton, here we come. Another supercell developing northwest of Franklin City down near Andrews has my eye. through Post. So we're going to take a left up here, drop down through Post. And
Welcome to Crosbyton. That's us waving.
Weird. Like, well, accelerate really fast and you stop.
Yeah.
Sometimes blow by. Highly variable speed.
Yeah, and we're going to be upgrading the audio too, guys. So.
Oh yeah, major upgrades to audio. We're using defrost right now to try to keep the phones relatively cool.
Actually, the giant red notification saying that it's going to overheat is
Getting larger?
no, it's gone.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
That works.
Turn this down just a little bit. Probably a little easier to hear us now.
Now we're headed south of Lubbock, and we're going to sample these new storms that are trying to mature south of Lubbock. But we've got Andrews typed in long term. I do think that we'll probably have to intercept some hailers down near Andrews at some point. But I bet that these storms to the south of Lubbock end up maturing. Yeah, we can restart Facebook. A lot of flooding out here from yesterday, it looks like.
Oh yeah.
Keep that in mind for when we have to take the back roads. There's the Habut dust. Handles.
Facebook, we're going to start a new stream on Facebook. Kind of algorithm stuff. We'll see you in a sec on the new stream. And we're up.
Got new storms developing northwest of Andrews right now. Some pretty nice tops. One just northwest of Andrews that's maturing rapidly. That's probably going to be the storm that we end up on. Probably really happy about the rain down here. Look at all that.
Big guys coming down the road here. A little too shaky, but big farm equipment. Nice. I like that farm equipment is like boats. It's like if you pass people, you just have to wait.
starting to get some broad rotation. I'm going to show a little radar. It's good to show a lot of radar. You can start to see that rotation southwest of oil center. There's jaw, northwest of go. The red there is the easterly flow. Lakes out here are quite full. Southeast of Lubbock, much needed rain. And this storm will pop on over back to reflect. This storm to the northwest of Andrews is really these couple of storms. There's Andrews. We're going to be there in about an hour and a half. And we're going to allow these storms to mature and intercept those. There's Odessa, Permian Basin. Cluster of storms down into Pecos Valley, dropping monster hail. That one is headed bombing south toward Marathon. High base storms down there in the Pecos Valley. Storms definitely dominating across southeast New Mexico, but it's something a little closer to sunset than this zone. The storms able to mature southwest, south of Lubbock as well. Anywhere in that zone can certainly mature and become guerrilla hail producers.
Copy that. Oh yeah, yes. See all this red clay flooding? There's a whole bunch of flooding down here. This is just super dry here right now. Just
It was, and then a lot of rain last.
Gotcha.
So they've had a couple of events down here, severe weather events, but leading up to that, big time drought.
Yeah,
the area is still locked in drought too. So it takes more than one event to get rid of a drought for sure, especially really long term one like that here. See the base of this lead storm, but it's kind of dying out. I think we're gonna have to get back toward Andrews probably.
Big hurry to get around us.
See that?
Big hurry to get around us. And now he's just putting along.
Just gonna have to pass him, right?
Just Pennsylvania clowns. Just kidding. I went to school in Pennsylvania. Now we're starting to get into what looks like No Country for Old Men territory right here. I mean, this is straight up. This is like straight out of the movie right now, I'll tell you that. This hill up here looks like where
We'll see a rattlesnake tonight. Were you working storm chasers when we saw that western diamondback at night?
Yeah. I mean, this is about some of the toughest areas for data. We only went down for about a minute and a half or so. I like it.
Do some radar?
Yeah, let's do it.
Here are some echo tops, everybody. The highest echo top above 50,000 feet is in southeast New Mexico. This top is starting to rise, though, northwest of Andrews, and this will likely be our main target storm as it dives southeast. Still watching this area south of Lubbock to see if these are going to intensify, but they bubbled up and now they're bubbling back down again. It seems like the Cape Blob, though, the highest instability is definitely located out here, southeastern New Mexico, south of Seminole. These storms just continue to mature down there. If we can get to Andrews and get in front of these storms, then we have a very high likelihood of blowing our windows out.
Okay. Well, that's something to look forward to.
For some reason the wave is lagging behind a little. It's possible as that short wave moves over these bubblers south of Lubbock that they could intensify again, though. Dan had to go back to work.
Yep, Dan had to go back to work.
Well, we do miss Dan.
We've been in touch with Dan, obviously, in the past few days.
See this storm right in front of us, though. It's getting holes in it, definitely starting to weaken quite a bit.
Yeah.
I think that there could be some higher tops back behind it, but this attempt seems to have gotten undercut by the boundary that continues to push off to the south.
Yeah, you can see this. Where is it? Down here, this is the base of the storm. This was the updraft. This was the anvil here, but you can see it's already refocused. Stand by. There we go. But you can see basically that it's just kind of starting to look wispy a little bit, and there's holes in it. That means that it's not that strong of a storm. Are these ones over here? These are the little bubblers that we've been looking
soft.
at?
Those are soft, kind of fair weather cumulus that are getting capped. The cap is above them, so the cap is suppressing their vertical development a little bit.
Got it.
That's the bubblers we're looking at.
really haven't seen.
No lines out here. Yeah, we're gonna get these storms in Andrews, and at that point, there's likely gonna be probably baseball, hail, flash flood warnings. We're coming out a little bit late. We were in Tulsa this morning, and Mike is not able to chase today, so we rented a car, and now we're headed back to the southwest. But I'd like to be here about an hour earlier than we are now. But showing up late is better than never, definitely.
Well, we showed up. I feel like we. No, I guess we didn't show up late. I was gonna say we showed up late to that F1 we got the other day. For you guys who.
If it was a little bit earlier in the season, then I would have woken up at 6, 7 a.m. and been down here right away. I've been going since we're really over now. Then he had to go through the rental car procedure and the blast off to the southwest. So just a little bit behind schedule now instead of ahead of schedule like we are kind of the front half of the season.
We'll wear and tear like an athlete throughout the season. I mean, you know, baseball, basketball, they get in over 100 games.
Yeah.
You know, you're kind of like, you know, you're definitely past the All-Star break at this point. You're definitely past the All-Star break.
Yeah. We'll see all these dry river flows coming down. You know, these are all dry creek beds. We're going to be in flash flood mode. Yesterday, we were late for the front wall of those. We were just late entirely yesterday. Probably shouldn't have even run live, I guess. But we tried to make
Like
it.
you just never know. Like you never know what's gonna happen. You never know what's gonna happen and just
We were
spin up.
keeping Illinois in play as well.
Yep.
Drone.
Oh, you guys got the drone up.
Yeah.
Was that like a racing drone or was
No,
that
FPV.
the FPV drone?
No, we were so far away from it, it was just more to kind of see it, get above the ski. It's beautiful tornado.
Like,
They've had like 4 inches of rain down in the Pecos Valley with that flash flood watch. Jeff Davis. Look out, Texas, there in the Pecos Valley. I wouldn't be surprised if some debris flows are going to be whipping down some of these dry creek beds out there. If your kids are playing or something out of those dry creek beds or drainage ditches, get them out of there. It'd be a dangerous flood down in the Pecos Valley. At 8.5 miles, we blast west to Andrews.
when you storm chase, you don't turn left.
You blast, yeah.
You blast left. You charge south.
Blast west, I guess.
You blast. I mean, you usually charge south. You never say blast south.
Drop south.
Drop south. Surge north.
Punch east.
Yeah.
Retreat north.
Just everything is just so exaggerated and dramatic. We're gonna surge up. We're gonna punch over.
Or retreat north.
Yeah. We have people from South Africa. What's up, Bruce? It's gonna be Laka today, not Kif. It's gonna be Laka.
Still watching these storms to the west of Andrews gradually mature. This storm might be getting pinched a little bit as winds go more northeasterly, and then these are going to mature first and probably push into Andrews with a large hail and flash flooding threat. And we are going to be coming in from the east, dropping down through O'Donnell, Seminole, down to Andrews. Seminole is where we blew our windows out in 2006 in Joel's Explorer. Rest in peace, Joel. But right there in Seminole is where we had softball-sized hail, near Patricia, Texas, to be exact. Just east of Seminole, one of the largest hail storms we've ever chased.
Oh, is it Lekker? I thought it was Laka.
Here's another canyon that can have a debris plug on the front edge. Little river. Every one of these rivers are dry. This is the North Fork. Brazos. So they got a little rain around here though. Some of the drainage ponds are full.
Get those likes up. Dominate that like button.
Yes, thank you, everybody.
Dominate that like button.
We're watching those storms west and northwest of Andrews that continue to mature. Our storm ended up going severe out there. That storm really fast. Passed that on the way down. It did end up going severe. Southeast of Paducah there. It's out near Cromwell.
Do you think that one's gonna go?
Not tornadic, but it's a nice looking storm.
It's severe.
Those are good.
Craig Carlberg, thank you very much for helping us out in the chat. We can't answer all the questions because we're doing a lot in the vehicle and the chat goes by real fast. So thanks for doing things like explaining what Kate means. Very much appreciated. Need all of Team Dominator help. All of Team Dominator helping to explain all of these concepts associated with real-world meteorology.
Yeah.
Being out in the world, chasing.
Yeah, they happen entirely with this setup. It might make sense for us just to do phone on Facebook eventually.
Do what?
It seems like phone seems to work better for the Facebook algorithm. Or the raw Facebook app. It's like they prioritize their Facebook app. But, or if we just happen to restart it when we're on a storm and then change the title to live tornado warning, that could help too. Tweaking the titles. They seem to be more responsive to like live tornado warning.
Oh, here we are now. We are punching.
Oh yeah, blasting west.
Blasting west. That was the there. Well, actually, the blast is a continual. Coming up here. Kind of odd little.
Yeah.
That was, I don't know what that stop sign was. That's because you drank 3 of the hydro lights.
Kind of got popular, didn't they? They're
Yeah.
not anymore, or are they still?
Yeah, no, they're cool. The Airstreams, they're cool.
Van life. Not what it cracked up to be, is it?
This cool old looking movie theater right there.
So we're going to be watching Top Gun Maverick tonight.
We're watching Top Gun Maverick in the biggest IMAX screen we can find. I will not watch it on anything else. You know, my brother was in he's in like a movie club. Is this Permian?
No, this is Post.
Oh, I was gonna say that P looks like the
Post, Texas.
Permian Panthers P, but I suppose all P's look pretty similar.
Yeah, we're still a couple hours northeast of Augusta. The storm is severe now, northwest of Andrews. The southern one went severe. We'll get it.
We're on it. Still good position. Solid position.
We'll be on it in about 1 hour, everybody. Right when it's going to be dumping its most large hail. Largest hail it can produce.
And if you guys missed the other day, Scantman had his new car christened when we shattered his windshield with softball-sized hail, and that was on the stream. That's the cool part about the stream. You guys see what's happening right away. We'll then follow up with more edited videos, but just something about watching live. It's like sports, you know?
Yeah, I don't like this uneasy feeling leading up to the storm when they're already starting to develop and you want to be out there, but you just have to grind through it over the next hour or so. We're going to get there. Take about an hour or so and we'll have a visual of that monster supercell will be approaching. We'll start producing very large hail. I think we're in full-blown hail intercept mode. We might get a mesoscale accident or maybe a tornado or two as the supercell's interacting with the boundary. But I think that these are just going to be predominantly massive hailers, and likely these are going to sag down toward Odessa and Midland as they turn southeast. It's possible that near sunset you could get a little bit of an uptick in the moisture, and if the supercell can find itself along the west-east boundary, it's well south of Lubbock now, near Andrews and off to the east, and if any storm is able to exist right along that boundary near sunset, then there is an outside chance of a tornado or two. Similar to yesterday's setup, kind of a bird fart tornado potential, but a gorilla hail threat.
You'll see as we get, and now in this hour and the following hours, that the random conversations will be less and less. We will want to engage less and less in things like talking about Top Gun and things like that. I'll have less patience if I bring it up. Yeah.
So it's the same. But you can definitely see a storm that's starting to go up just northeast of Seminole also. Up there that could go, but this is the one near Andrews that just went warm. We'll probably be in Andrews in about 45 minutes. There's Patricia off to the right. With that storm, new severe thunderstorm warning for Andrews. That's where we're headed. We'll be on it in no time, but another one's trying to develop just southwest of Adair. That could also be an interesting one. And then these little showers are producing precipitation, but they don't have updraft bases anymore, so we would be on these. I was hoping that these would fire because we'd already be on them by now, close to Lubbock, but it looks like our main event is likely going to be this storm just to the west of Andrews. Big hail producer that's going to be heading into Jaw here pretty soon. Even without a storm, though, even with these northeasterly winds, as the boundary continues to truck south, it's kicking up all this dirt and dust. Storm is also rotating, even though it's probably dry, and there is likely some side lobe action here, but it does obviously has a mesocyclone, which is enhancing the hail sizes. Probably getting hail sizes, baseballs already in that storm, and it looks like the largest hail should pass near or just to the south of Andrews. Almost to Tahoka, where there was a major tornado back in 2019 it was. I actually ended up missing that tornado. Saw another one though near Tulia on April 7, 2019. It had like two tornado vortices right next to each other. It almost was a substantial tornado, but it didn't quite plant just to the south of Tulia, which is also good news, because that one definitely would have headed into Tulia there. Southwest of Lubbock.
Yeah.
That's the accomplishment here so far, folks. Now we just got to get you to a storm. Ideally that one west of Andrews right now. I think there could be another one that might go up just northeast of Seminole, but I bet this boundary is going to sag south. Just continue to sag south and make it in an environment that is less conducive for storms off to the north of it. And I think here in about an hour we'll be arriving on that storm southeast of Andrews. Looks so dry out here though. Look at this.
It's absurdly
major
dry.
drought.
Real hazy. Got topsoil up, I guess. The shooting here, just can't help it.
Is that a wind farm? Yeah, those things cranking.
Obviously not shooting with an RE Alexa right now, but you know, it's pretty cool. Changed pretty darn quick. Yeah, but now we're getting into the milk a bit.
Dirt and dust.
Johnny Depp won his case.
Just came out. What the hell?
All right. I wasn't really following it that much, but I saw a couple clips. I get why people were following it, and I was just like, well, this is just craziness.
Yeah, it got crazier and crazier. Shows how crazy those people's lives are, though, too.
Yeah,
what the hell?
I had no idea.
Drug infused.
Yeah.
Jesus. Just gotta chill out, like.
Chill out, go chase a little bit.
Go for a hike or
go
something.
For just work some shit out.
Yeah.
I guess the first one I saw was like the lawyer that objected to himself.
I saw watching it when I heard somebody shit the bed. What is going on? He's a weird guy. I mean, no doubt.
Yeah, I suppose.
He's a weird dude.
Question: what happens if a tornado hits a wind farm?
Well, it could definitely dislodge into different. We actually, though, did see a dustbuster tornado down there west of Kroll, just west of Kroll, that did end up going right through the wind farm, but that tornado was so weak that it didn't even cause any damage. The wind turbine hardly even quivered. Just remarkable. But yeah, the boundary continued to sag south and just destroyed all of these potential storms that were developed to the south of Lubbock. You can see all the remnants of these updrafts that are just gone. The front was just still too strong, continues to push off to the south. Probably a Habu too.
Somebody was also asking, it seems like all those storms down by New Mexico are going in different directions. Like, why is that?
A left split and right splits. So the supercells developed and the hodographs aren't, the wind shear isn't yet conducive for tornadoes. So it kind of equally favors the left split rocketing northward and the right mover. And so you kind of have supercells dominating, those that are turning left, those that are turning right. We definitely are targeting the right movers, the ones that are diving off to the right. Those are usually the most intense here in the northern hemisphere. Greatest tornado potential to produce the largest hail also. So those are the storms that we're targeting. 2.8 miles, and we drop south toward Andrews, and then eventually probably down toward Goldsmith and Odessa as those storms turn off to the southeast. Definitely needed to be in that southeast corner of New Mexico relatively early. A lot of dust. Tahoka, beautiful town, and then we're dropping into Andrews. 45 minutes out. Probably end up going even further south toward the Haboob. I can easily see a Haboob. It's going to head toward the Odessa area. storm still continues to intensify west of Andrews, but seems to be getting that a little bit of an elevated appearance, which possibly could even increase its hail sizes. Miles and they drop southwest toward Andrews. Almost there. Wish you were about an hour earlier, but hi everybody, we got kind of these weird looking skies because of some collapsing storms south of Lubbock as this frontal boundary continues to push south. It even looks like, based on radar, that it's starting to interfere a little bit with that cell west of Andrews, but that might just give it a little bit of an elevated appearance and some more directional shear in the low levels of the atmosphere, which would even increase its hail sizes. Tornado potential is not looking incredibly high with these storms.
Gorilla hail still is, though.
Yeah, gorilla hail very high. And I still think we could get lucky and get a tornado. But really the story of this chase is going to be massive hail, shattering the windows, blowing out the windows, glass shards flying everywhere through the car.
You guys can see up there all the clear skies we had a little while ago before we dropped south. Those are gone. Now you just kind of see a whole bunch of just the visibility just starting to drop, and it's going to continue to drop as we head south. Is that correct?
Yeah, it could continue to drop or kind of stay like this, and then once we get right next to the storm, then it'll start to around the storm with sinking motion around the periphery of the supercell. I think that's probably how this will play out. As we're approaching Andrews in the northeast, we'll start to see everything clear out around the storm. Sometimes on the periphery of the supercell, you'll get sinking motion or subsidence. The supercell is just such a large updraft that around the periphery of the updraft, you get a little bit of sinking air that'll happen. Moisture, right?
Yeah. And do a little chair yoga.
I thought there was going to be a storm way out east, but not that
I mean,
far.
you know, I didn't really say. Obviously, it's not going to do much, but I was like, I kind of have to say, when you were pointing at that, you were like, that's something. I was like, no, it's not. And it shows that I don't know what you know, clearly. And I shouldn't. I mean, it is helpful for me to like have an idea about something and then be wrong about it. Still learn from it.
Yeah.
But I just thought, I was like, that one looks like it's pretty much just dying, but it just bubbled back up.
Yeah, and it's starting to get that. The base was getting a little more consolidated. You got that little wall cloud looking thing underneath it. But I think it's still struggling with the boundary. The boundary is still pushing south near that area.
Yeah, guys, more people are asking about like maps and radar and everything. It's coming. It's not coming today, but it's probably going to be coming in.
Is this for radar?
Next week.
Check this
No, but they're
show
just
the
like
storm.
asking about like maps and stuff like
The
that.
storm that we passed earlier, this is just southwest of Frederick. south of Kroll, actually. We were talking about the Dustbuster tornado down there. But look how it's shrinking in size. The reflectivity pattern just continues to shrink around it, south of Kroll, north of Benjamin, kind of a hot spot for storms. You can see this boundary right there that continues to sag southward. And it's north of Seymour, but it's moving south, so that storm is drifting northward into the stable air. The same boundary is also modulating this storm too to the northwest of Andrews. That's our target storm. This is the second storm we may target. This whole area could just produce a big haboob. I was thinking that this boundary would convect and we'd have a supercell storm further east, but it ended up being this one in Andrews, so we're just going to drop down to Andrews and punch the hail core of that storm.
Yeah, getting closer, guys, getting closer. Yeah, people are asking about the drones. Yeah, I mean, chat came through. Team Dominator, the larger Team Dominator, everybody in chat in the community really came through, helping on the drone disaster yesterday, and we greatly appreciate that. We're trying to get another drone today to be able to show you guys immediately, but it was just that we're just had to get on the road as soon as possible. No stops at all, other than gas. You can see some really dusty over there. Yeah, and once we figure out we figured it out. We're just trying to figure out how to artfully approach it. The location, the maps, and everything like that. I think people are too quick to just throw tons of graphics on a screen and just cover up the entire experience. So we try to restrain ourselves a bit, but we know that there is some more information that we could give you without ruining the experience. In fact, it'll help the experience. But we don't want to rely on just flashy, crazy news graphics and all that stuff. There's a new party in the making at the Moon Tower.
Sound just like it.
Somebody in chat asked me to say, all right. There's a new fiesta in the making at the Moon Tower. I suggest you ditch these dorks and come with us, bro. It does look like a Cormac McCarthy book. I think he was, No Country was a little bit more behind us. Anybody's read Blood Meridian? That's a little bit more down by the border. Actually, I suppose No Country also took place down at the border. Really see that. See that? Kind of. You can see the blue skies over there, and then that. I mean,
it's
is that
the boundary? It's the wall of the dirt. Yeah. You can classify that as a haboob, even.
I was gonna say, is that a haboob? I mean, that looks
pretty. Yeah, mini haboob.
I mean, these things get pretty intense and major, but this gives you the idea of what it is. It's just this
mini haboob
wall of dust.
Shows the northerly winds to the north of the boundary, though, that it's still sagging south, doesn't it?
Yes, it might also be a cloaked alien aircraft.
What?
I don't know.
A cloaked alien aircraft, yes. I knew it was.
It's a pretty rad shot.
Yeah, you can see the storms back behind it, that dark blue. Those are all the agglomerated storms back there.
That's where we're going, into the blue there?
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, guys. There you go.
Ripping along the ground. It was like some kind of a truck. Look down there, land spout actually. See that?
Oh, yeah. See that little guy all the way out there? That's a little land spout.
Probably more of a dust devil, I guess.
Maybe.
Here's one crossing in front of us, look.
You see that?
There it is.
Yeah.
It's going to pick up some good dirt.
This is what?
Yeah.
And this is
dust
what?
devil.
A little dust devil.
Multi-vortex.
So is that just like a... I mean,
It's just a vortex.
it's just really
Not
not...
connected to a storm.
I was going to say, it's not really attached to
Yeah.
anything, huh?
We're almost there. 45 minutes. It does look like the hail producer is going to be sagging south of Andrews. We're going to eventually probably just have to go through Andrews and then drop south out of Andrews and then hail core a bunch of. Wish that we were in Andrews right now, and then we could just drop it off. Get do a quick radar update if you want.
Yeah, hold on. I'm not sure about this signal right now. Okay.
So you can see this storm. This is our target storm that is diving just south of Andrews. Andrews is right there. That's Andrews. And this storm, the main hail core is going to pass just south of Andrews. So my plan is to head into Andrews and then bomb southeast, get in front of the hail core as it intensifies, eventually heading down toward the Gardendale area, maybe eventually even Odessa. And if this, it looks like it's split a few times already, and then this should dive off to the southeast. That's going to be the main storm. This one over southeastern New Mexico is about to get hit by a left split. So probably it's about to dump its hail core, probably baseball to softball size hail up in that area. Northwest of Jal. It never made it to Jal. Major hail in that thing. We can even see it in the correlation coefficient. That hail. That is massive hail.
Holy crap.
That could just be side lobe action too, though. Dry air. Oh yeah, that's not.
That was just
it
side-
looks
side lobe?
inflated. I'll tell you what it is. It looks bright blue, but really that is basically the interface, dry air, clear inflow with very high reflectivity. Sometimes you'll get what appears to be a correlation drop there that looks like a tornado debris signature, but it actually is right on the edge of clear air. So that's how you can tell if it's one of those radar action or radar artifact, or if it's actually debris signature, if it's enclosed by correlation values that are a lot higher around it, almost appearing like a donut.
So do you think that's that radar signature, you think that could sucker in less experienced chasers?
Maybe, especially radar analysts.
Yeah.
Less experienced radar. If you're breaking down radar, and you get a lot of less experienced people could be like, that's a tornado.
Right.
But it really kind of discriminating between those borderline cases, like where it's on the edge and there's not a donut.
Right. Well, that's where like experience comes in, right? Like you looked at the radar and then you've gotten to the storm and seen what's happened. That's the real world benefit. Obviously, the data is massively helpful, but it is limited. In some, it is limited. So
yeah, you got to have that full court press, field experience, and radar breakdown, I guess.
5-hour energies help too. My choice. But yeah, you can see the skies a little bit darker over there.
Tennis ball size hail in the warning statement northwest of Jal. 70-mile-an-hour wind gust, boom generation. Andrew says 2-inch hail, 70-mile-an-hour. People and animals outdoors will be injured. Expect hail damage to roof, siding, windows, vehicles, considerable tree damage, wind damage likely. Jesus. That's our storm, and we should be able to get it there just before it gets into Andrews. We're almost to Andrews now. I think we're going to get it.
Yeah, so if you know folks in the area, be sure to share that information. You can share the stream while you're at it if you like. But let them know that there's some damaging hail on the way there.
Getting some rain along the boundary, some of those old collapsing storms. Haboob is up to our northwest. A little bit of a haboob, but we're expecting major haboob generation. Possibly even a mega haboob.
Yeah?
Possibly even a mega haboob.
Yeah.
That could drop southeast toward Odessa. Very light. That one was a smaller haboob. Kind of not really associated with storm outflow, more kind of with the northerlies on the north side of that break coming into these towns. Look at the mamadas up here. Starting to get some mamadas above.
Yeah, we're having
Signal.
we're going gray a little bit. Now we're back.
See the mamadu skies right above you? Mamadas. Chasing videos. next time it is. Fire? We're not far from the storm at all now.
Well, I hope that data gets a little bit better. Frame rate, but we're all right.
All right, guys. Now we're going to be dropping southwest toward Andrews. Good.
You can see those mamadas up there. Those little sinking clouds of air. Kind of little sloppy mamadas, but they're still mamadas. You can see, ooh, you can see a little bit cleaner mamadas over here. You can see right there. Those right there. Come on, refocus. There we go. Those little guys, those are mamadas clouds. Sometimes you could have the whole sky filled with them, and at sunset, they're pretty amazing. But those are sinking pockets of cool air. That,
yeah, ice crystals basically evaporate into thin air sublimation.
Okay.
And that creates sinkholes like fall.
Okay.
Pockets have actually named after cow boos, cow udders.
Oh.
Memory. Mamadas.
Mamadas. Oh yeah, okay.
Cow udders.
Cow udders. And down. It says 75 here.
There is on GPS.
There was just a sign right there that said 75.
Yes, I just bumped up to 60. So this storm appears to be stalling just southwest of Andrews, and it's going to start bombing off to the southeast at like 10 knots. So we're going to be in Andrews in about less than a half hour, and then we're going to drop south out of Andrews. Likely going to chase that core all the way down to Midland. The warning statement already says 2-inch diameter hail. And if you're outside, human or animal, you're probably going to be injured if you're in the hail core of an event like that. 70-mile-an-hour winds, wind-driven, tennis ball size hail, maybe baseballs. Possible spikes on the hailstones. But that's really what this chase is all about. We are in hail chase mode.
See my hat. I think Joe's watching. Joe Ramiro, director of photography on Shark Week. Joe and I work together. Joe's been watching the stream. He loves it, and he says he wants to come out here.
Hi,
And,
Joe.
so we might have a little Sharknado action.
Love to have you, Joe. Doesn't smell very good in this vehicle, though, does it? I haven't showered in like 2
You know
weeks.
what? Like, he's used to it. When we were on the boat, I mean, it doesn't smell too great on a boat. It's an enclosed space too. You know, there's a lot of similarities between shooting like a Shark Week type show.
Have you ever smelled BO like mine? As bad as mine, I know. Probably not,
I
right?
had to think about that, but it's no, it's not bad. I don't smell anything today.
You're used to it now.
I guess so.
Hormonal sweats. Yeah, we're almost there. That's the storm, that dark area.
There's the storm over.
Yeah, that's massive.
Yeah, this
Dark area.
kind of like there. There we go. This dark area over there. It's the storm. we didn't bring the pool noodle. We don't have the sunroof on this one. I thought I actually brought one just as like a souvenir, but I don't know, I lost it along with a few other things. Sorry about having it out of focus there for a second, guys. But yeah, pretty skies over there. Threatening skies over there. And that's where we're going, of course. Dock, guys, and that storm that Reed's thumb is on, that's our target right there.
Haboob generation major in Jal right now. If we can get this just as it's about to get hit by the line, that's really the key.
So is this bow of storms behind it? Are they moving faster and they're gonna run into the storm that we're targeting?
We're gonna run into this and all hell's gonna break loose.
Got it.
Probably south of Andrews. When that happens, maybe down toward Goldsmith, and this whole thing is going to create a haboob that's just going to rocket toward Midland and Odessa, I believe. Really, I wish we had our drone, don't you? But that's okay, we'll get it.
I do wish we had our drone, but if we stopped to get our drone, we wouldn't be here.
No, we wouldn't be here at all.
So, just part of the chase.
And thank you, everybody, for helping us replace the drone, which we're going to do, obviously, right after this. Nearly shed a tear like yesterday evening covering that flood. I have a sweet spot in my heart for floods. Thanks to the flash flood guru, David Rankin.
Yeah, that guy's a genius.
Yeah,
that guy's a complete genius. Yeah.
Another one of those geniuses.
Yeah, we like to celebrate the geniuses in the field. David Rankin's one of them.
Mark Simpson's
another one.
Just a super brain.
Yeah. Bit more modest. You can see there a little bit more modest, but they really do. Sometimes they're just very clear and smooth and uniform, and like I said, at sunset you get a nice modest field, or not field, whatever.
I like my modest field.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah.
Okay.
Modest, field of boobs.
Yeah. I feel like I have like a
cut in your eye.
I
get that a lot.
No, it's just like a.
I had that yesterday. I think it's an allergy.
You're trying to look tough. It's like two lines.
Oh yeah. Yeah, you guys got those sharp O'Toole eyebrows. Cut right through your soul. Those beady eyes. Alright. Pull it back. Swing right.
Swing right.
Yeah, one time when we were using the radios on Storm Chasers, we were driving down south.
Yeah.
And every now and then we'd get people that, like a trucker or somebody using the same frequency. And there was this guy that got on there, I think we were in Mississippi somewhere, and he was just like, come on back now. Pull it back, hold. Swing right. Swing left. Pull it back, hold. Swing right. pull it back, pivot left, push it in, pull it back. He just kept going.
I remember we would get some because
I think you were in the car.
I do remember swing rack.
Yeah,
I do remember, for some reason that stuck in my head. But yeah, when we had Storm Chasers, we had the Dominator here and then Production 1 behind it, so and the Medic behind them, so we would be connected on CB radios, and then there would just be other people on the same channel. I remember hearing like a bunch of like trucker slang, like CB talk, like, how many candles you burning? Does anybody know how many? What I know what.
Hey, that was me.
You know, was it you? Yeah,
might have been.
I know what it means now. Anybody know what that means? How many candles you burning?
You got a heater back there?
How many candles you burning means how old are you?
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
I thought it was a cigarette reference.
No.
So we're only almost there. Straight ahead is Andrews.
Here we go.
Dark sky ahead. It hardly even feels like it's moving. It's so dry.
Swing ride.
We're gonna hit it pretty low.
Swing ride.
I don't love the front edge of it if we could get one.
It depends on what the rest of the
It'll be moving slow down here because it's so flat.
I mean, if it's moving slow, I'm fine with that.
A couple miles an hour. You don't want to trip on those ones in Utah, though.
No, that's what I'm saying. I don't
Rankin taught me how to run along the front edge of those. He just let a flood go around him, and it was like up to his shin. Just this warm, like...
Ugh. I'm sure it's just like, actually, it's like
just
not
like fecal? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure it's not like wet. It's just like...
By the time it gets like down into the high desert, it's warm. Because all that underlying surface is heated in the desert during the day.
Yeah.
And then it's warm. You were worried about that turn, aren't you? I think we're just going to go straight onto the dirt. I've done that before with my mom in the car once. It was a while ago, but we were going 90 one time. I'm telling you. Came up and over this lip. The road kind of ended and turned to dirt, and it had this big jump on it, and we just hit the jump, all four tires went off the ground and landed it.
Jeez.
She didn't even care because a couple days before that, we got hit by that tornado on Mother's Day, and she was flipping out on that, but still had a great time, great experience storm chasing.
How many tornadoes has your mom seen?
A couple, 3, I think, all on that same day, May 7, 2015. The video's insane.
Yeah?
It's like an El Reno light, multi-vortex wedge. We had to back up. Gizmo was in her lap. Gizmo did a dingleberry on her lap. That could be the left split base right in front of us. See that high base? That's the left split. See everybody, that updraft base on the just to the right of the road? That is the left split updraft base, a relatively high base. Supercell storm, but the storm is intensifying. Looks like it's going to pass just south of Andrews. It's even trying to get a little bit of a tornado threat on it, it appears. But it's hardly moving right now. Just crossed that road southwest of Andrews. Rotation on it southwest of Andrews right now.
Yep.
If you want to show it real quick. That's the rotation. You can see the green next to the red. The red is the inflow into that storm, and that's increasing. So we're going to go to Andrews, drop due south of Andrews, get right in front of this storm, and then allow the hail core to just move right over us.
And how's it looking for Odessa?
Odessa, eventually this area is going to congeal into a windbag event, probably a haboob, and that's likely to come into town later on this evening. Still probably a couple hours out, though. It's quite a ways northwest of Odessa, but you can see that that's a very mature supercell, softball-sized hail, pretty likely southwest of Andrews right now.
Gotcha.
Well, just saw some lightning in that tower.
Get some more lightning here.
have enough time, we may want to gas up in Andrews before we intercept. Do a little promo post here. Oh yeah, they extended the severe warning.
Lightning up there, chat, you're able to see that kind of upper level stuff. Guys, I'm gonna reposition the this baby so that you have a totally clear view of the sky. Stand by. Just gonna swing right.
They did extend that severe thunderstorm warning almost all the way down to Odessa now.
Next turn is our intercept road?
No, we'll make couple of turns.
Got it.
I need to get gas in Andrews quick.
Just a tiny jug. Probably can't fill up all the way, right?
This thing's moving pretty slow.
Yeah.
I think it'll have big hail for a long ways.
Perspective, that is, you know, that's a clear sky and whatnot.
It's trying to produce a tornado, look. I can show it on the phone. Goldsmith. This is the RFD gust front that's surging south. This thing has a nice hook on it now. So this storm is starting to get tornado potential. We make gas up in Andrews, drop south here, and head west. Easy intercept of this storm. That is a very mature supercell, dropping softball-sized hail. Hook-like appendage on the southwest side, and it is rotating as it heads off to the southeast too. That could easily tighten up and produce a tornado as it heads into town. Goldsmith, Odessa, you're eventually going to be included in this severe thunderstorm warning. Bombing southeast. Very dangerous storm. If you're caught outdoors on a storm like this, you could potentially even find yourself in a survival situation. It's a very dangerous storm chasing situation here.
And where are we on that map? Can you just bring that up one more time?
We're in Andrews, so just coming into Andrews. That's our location.
Okay, gotcha.
Just to the northwest of the storm.
Yeah, there we are, guys, and we're
going through this rain first, and then Andrews at south.
Yeah, so we're kind of slashing through. Then once we get to Andrews, we're going to charge south and come into this clear air. Hopefully, we'll probably be intercepting some of that gorilla hail on the way through to the clear air. By the clear air, I just mean the black area on the map there.
It's about to get hit by this line too, so we got to get there before that happens. So I may just not even have time to get gas.
Okay.
Look at this line coming in on the west. We have a quarter tank, and if we can make it down to Odessa, we can obviously get gas down there.
Yeah.
You think we can make it with quarter tank? Andrews to Odessa? Only like 30 miles.
Yeah, we'll be fine. desire to get hurt. You know, we know when it's okay to get out of the car. We know when we need to get it back into the car. Shiver me timber again.
Thank you, Shiver Me Timber. Thank you.
Shiver me timber has been really generous in Super Chat over this. What do you call? I mean, like, if you have a multi-day chase, I feel like there should be a different term. It's like,
Multi-day chase. This is what
I
we
feel
call
like
it.
we could call it something.
Yeah, marathon chase. Super chase. Major congealed line with wind-driven golf ball and tennis ball size tail, and it's trying to absorb our supercell storm just out in front of it. We're going to try to get it down to Goldsmith. We're coming into Andrews right now. It's our location. We just have to get through this little storm, and it'll blast south of Andrews and get on this side. Everybody, huge hail. We're only about 5 minutes outside of Andrews, and then we drop south of this storm. Kind of already start to see some spiral banding on this.
guys, here we are.
Love that image, that white. It's pretty crazy.
Yeah, we gotta get you this.
Yeah.
So guys, here we are. You can see, you can hear, you can hear,
All senses.
and you can see we're in the rain right now. We'll probably be through the rain probably in about a minute, most of it. Then we'll go back into it probably, but the rain is gonna let up very shortly. You can tell that because of the radar. But then down here, this is the core of the storm.
Ooh, big lightning on it.
Big lightning. You see that? You hear that? We're already through.
The spiral bands.
Just like we saw on the radar. You can read radar, guys.
I can see the base on the horizon up there.
yeah, guys, here we are once again, getting a little bit closer. That white right there, that's the Gorilla Hail Core, and you can see each of these little stitches. That's what they think is the path of the storm. So it's not moving that fast. So we're going to be able to catch up to it, most likely.
incredible hail core on this storm right now.
And this is a pretty monster hail core. You can see the hook is much less well defined, and you can see that these storms are kind of starting to hit it from behind, but that hail core is definitely big.
Yeah.
Boom.
The hail size might even get bigger as it continues to drop down to the snow. For a long time, but there just isn't time.
Yes, it would make a pretty good HDR photo. I agree with you guys.
Come on, give it to us. Give us the green arrow, come on. Come on. Green arrow.
That's why I went, whoa.
See the wall cloud now. Definitely made its attempt at producing that ramped up thing. Now it's all hail. Big hail. Could get gas here, but we gotta get in front of it.
We're doing fine. Sure, if we get stranded out there, somebody else, maybe in Team Dominator who lives out here, maybe go rescue us. Thank you, Malcolm Spark, and thank you, P. Costa. Also a serial super chatter, which we very much appreciate, of course.
Alright. This cell should be on the right side now.
So you can see clear air over there, darkness over there.
Horizontal softballs have been coming into town. 2-3 inch diameter hail, 70 mile/hour winds. Look at that hook. Chonky hook.
Here's where we are. We're charging past it. But yeah. People in the area, be ready for some big hail. And a lot of it. Yeah, so you can see this arrow right here.
See the end of the hail right down there.
Indicates where we're going, so you can see we're charging this way.
Got a nice
which
base.
means the storm should be to my right if we turn it around here. So this is kind of where we are, and there's the supercell over there. Is that for Scantlin?
Yeah, Hawk and they're on their phone back there. I
think Scanman's watching? Of course,
Might be.
Of course Scanman's watching. We miss you.
It's like a little bit of that leading edge. There's the base.
Yeah.
See a little scud finger reaching out.
See that, guys? That's what he's talking about, the scud finger reaching out.
That's the hook. The hook's punching. It's definitely lowering in there, isn't it?
That looks pretty dense.
Yeah, it does. It could be a possible developing tornado.
We're talking about this right here.
Could be a shelf, mega shelf too.
Yeah, that's where we're going.
It's got really strong rotation right now on radar. Look. This thing's gonna be insane. Goldsmith, look out, Goldsmith. Do not be strapped outdoors in something like this. The rise. It's a dangerous storm. We're just trying to wrap around the south side of it and then wait for it in Goldsmith. They have a big lowering wall cloud, or is it dust?
I can't tell. It's all milky and mixed together.
I think that's a massive wall cloud. Wow.
Wow, lightning. I mean, that kind of look. A lot of lightning
Yeah,
on
that's
this,
usually
guys.
a sign that it could be about to go tornadic too. It's definitely not weakening. 15 miles, then we head west to Goldsmith. Almost there. So you got a good view of the storm already. Look at that thing pull in some major hail. That is a nasty storm right there. Wow.
How can you tell? How can you tell the major hail?
I can just tell it's dark, mass, high base, but a lot of forced condensation along that surging RFD. Really sharp where that R.
you go. Nice unobstructed view.
Definitely coming into Goldsmith. Major hail core there. It's reaching south of the hook into Goldsmith, but the main hail core is going to be coming in about 20 minutes, 20 to 30 minutes. Right when we arrive in Goldsmith. Is that a wall of dust or is that condensation? Really low condensation?
I can't tell. It looks like both. I don't know. It looks haboobish, kind of. Yeah, this is what you can't see where I
Look at
come.
the rotation now on it.
Yeah, that's
Massive
strong.
as a cyclone.
Yeah, that's strong rotation.
It's going to do some damage when it comes into Goldsmith, everybody. It's going to get on that west option like now.
You can see over there, clear, beautiful skies.
Almost looks like that mesocyclone's all the way to the ground, doesn't it? That's a haboob, isn't it?
Seems like a ridiculous
It's
one.
going to get a haboob with softball-sized hail in it.
That's an event, so share it, because this could be a haboob with gorilla-sized hail.
Yeah, share this. We are about to intercept a haboob.
Yeah, Chad, I'm not going to be able to. I look at Chad occasionally, but once we're getting into this, I need to be doing some other things. I think you guys have seen the lightning and all the cool stuff happening with this storm over here. Pretty unique storm. I've never seen something like this, but I'm sure Reed has.
Oh, I haven't.
But this would be my first haboob. Charging south, getting in front of this.
See the circulating dust, right? You can almost see everything spin. That's crazy.
So we're gonna do a little end around. We're gonna charge south, then we're gonna come over this way and intercept this baby.
Man, we're almost gonna, it looks like we're gonna beat it, doesn't it?
It does look like it. We're
We're facing a little south-southeast, so another 8 miles and we head west.
Yeah, it's just kind of mean looking. Mean looking because it's like mysterious. Can't see that much. This is of course an HP.
Yeah.
Supercell.
High dust, HD.
HP and HD. That's high precipitation and high dust. But also HD because this is brought to you in high definition. saying it's a very big fire over there. Guys, where are you getting this fire information from? This is a rule in our chat. Wherever you get the information from, you need to cite it. That might be J-Jack, who said he's on the fire.
Oh, he's on the fire?
Thanks for the citation. Much appreciated.
Is that J-Jack on it? It's not a fire?
I'm trying to figure it out.
I think there's a fire way back in New Mexico that everyone's been seeing on the news, but this storm is in Southwest Texas.
Somebody was saying that J-Jack is on it and called 911 about it.
Oh, wow.
J-Jack, friend, fellow chaser, fellow badass.
Team Dominator.
Part of extended Team Dominator. Probably not even extended Team Dominator, just Dominator. Yeah, he's in the milk. Look at that.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Yeah, he's in the milk.
Yeah, our friend Aaron is on that. Kinda, you can see he's in the milk right there.
Mental cyclone there, though. What is that in the middle of that? See that white area in the middle? Could be a possible tornado in there.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
That's the wall cloud and the dust behind it. Oh, that's actually a pretty well-defined wall cloud, guys.
Yeah, this way, let's see. This right here, this, see that kind of lighter line right there? That means this is the wall cloud. Pretty well defined, as Reed was just saying. And that's one of the things that appears before tornadoes. Many times. Wow, that lightning. Holy crap. That must be how this fire started. There's so much lightning on this storm. Man, what a mess this is. So this is a gorilla hail / haboob / fire intercept. What's that?
I just getting the peace sign to that tour van.
Yeah.
Still see that wall cloud, can't you?
You can, absolutely. Guys, you can see the front edge of that storm there. And we're back. Sorry guys, when we get one of those severe weather warnings, the stream goes out for half of a second. But now we're back. So this is now we're charging here. Oh yeah, is that the fire? No,
that's an oil.
That's an oil. Okay, I was like, wait a second.
We're gonna beat it. That's mesocyclone up to the right. It's getting wrapped into the milk though.
So guys, I'll show you. Oh yeah, look at this. So yeah, we were trying to get into the clear air, but these other storms had something to say about that. So now we're going into the milk in front of the storm. Looks like the hail core on this is a little less strong than it just was, but I don't know. Do they ramp up, ramp down?
It's probably dumping its hail now, so it's already got all those big hailstones probably in its updraft, and it's going to dump the hail. We call that a hail core dump, and it might happen right over Goldsmith. So the hail's already high up in the storm, probably falling out now. It does look like that back edge. They could even get a bit of flare.
lot of lightning on this storm.
Yeah. This guy's shutting it down here in the RV.
This is a good call by this trucker. Pulling over. That's an experienced trucker right there.
That wall cloud is probably buried in there in the rain now. Man, it was really visible there for a second, wasn't it?
It was.
This is a destructive storm for Goldsmith in Ector County. 80-mile-per-hour
pretty clear here. Pretty dark over here. That looks like some kind of refinery or something back there.
You know what they're letting me know? There's probably softballs coming, isn't there?
Yeah. Might be people. Got a bit of a hail port dumping on their way out of town now.
Big wind like going west.
Here we are. Coming into it now. See all these people headed out of town. Really nobody going into town. Kind of dead on the swivel looking for circulations and whatnot.
Maybe just go just west of town and sample that hail and then.
Yeah, we're gonna go.
Could be, yeah, I think that'll probably be hail.
It seems like we're right about to get into the hail here.
Correlation coefficient, it's not as robust, but that's probably the hail up here. We're getting big wind though.
Not as hail core, not as big as it was, but we'll it pushing the car to the left. If we're facing west, northerly, so it's pushing us this way.
Yeah, that circulation's going nuts up there. Let go.
Yeah, circulation is... See, the circulation is just going crazy right there, super bright. And then you see it just kind of... The brighter colors mean more action.
More wind, stronger wind, stronger rotation, and in this case, that's a stronger updraft, and it's possible that it could have suspended larger hailstones during that ramp up and is going to dump them right on top of us here.
Okay.
Maybe not. Just be a windbag.
Might just be a windbag. You may be able to just get hammered by gorilla hail. Yeah, looks like a waterfall over here right now.
Strongest core just north of us, so. May turn around here in a second and head back to the Goldsmith.
Yeah? We're on the other side of the storm now. It's getting poured on.
Trying to feel out the hail core. Coming in from the north. Over here. Yeah, it's coming from that direction. Oh, there's some good northerly.
Oh, wow. This wind is coming from that direction. These are northerlies. What are the northerlies basically doing here?
This is northerly wind on the backside of the mesocyclone here.
Backside of the mesocyclone.
Yeah, the mesocyclone's dropping in from the north, so we just have northerly.
Right, so it's
wind-driven hail.
So this is kind of a messy hook at this point, but as the hook happens, you can see as it wraps around, those are the northerlies right here.
Yeah, there's a lot of precipitation and everything, so they're only going to get stronger as we come into Goldsmith.
We didn't forget to get gas. We made the call to skip the gas for the moment. We're doing fine on gas. This is good. I didn't think we drove that far outside of town. Yeah, do we have the AC on so it keeps us?
I don't know. Winds are getting a little stronger now. Backside of the mesocyclone here, maybe some wind-driven hail coming in. This is the northerlies at a south-southeasterly moving supercell on the west side of the mesocyclone. You can't even get some whiteout conditions in these. coming down. There's some new storms that are developing just in front of it. Still could be going big. So it's weakening at receptivity then. Always need that time. No gas stations here in Baltimore. Here comes signage. It's okay. There's a hail maybe. Definitely a windbag, isn't it?
Seems to be. It's a nasty storm though.
Yeah.
Look at this thing, just red. There's a little hail in here.
Oh, is that a gas station? See any gas though? Hunt Brothers.
I had 1.2 miles over there.
Oh, it is?
Let's see, it's West Texas Gas. It's a gas
I
station.
saw that. I was wondering if that was more gas, natural gas.
It says gas station on Google Maps.
Wow, look at this stick man. It's getting worse. Yeah, why not?
Oh man, look at that.
Can't even see anything. Holy cow!
Jesus. Hey guys, the windshield isn't fogged up. It's just this thick. Seriously. I swear to God. Yeah, you see? Windshield's not fogged up. See? It's just this thick. See, here it is with the windshield down. Oh, I should have lowered mine.
You can do yours now.
Yeah.
I'll turn around.
Need like a flag or something.
Next flag. Big gas. Fuel line.
Oh, we should go check out the one that's down there.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like holy hell. Whew.
bag here in Goldsmith, Texas. Going to be shifting into a flash flood threat here soon. Hail's still coming. We're still waiting on the hail.
Yeah, this is just dumping massive amounts of water. Like, this is crazy. There's definitely going to be flash flooding, right? Yeah, again, we're not fogged up, guys. It's just visibility is just extremely poor. Extremely poor. Yeah, it does look like a hurricane. It really does, doesn't it? So yeah, you guys can treat this as a little warm-up for maybe the tropical storm that's going to be happening in a couple of days. Obviously, Dr. Timmer will be deploying on that. Yeah, it does look like a hurricane in the middle of Texas. West Texas hurricane. I've had to pee for a long time. And all the rain and running water and now the dripping water on me does not help.
Stop anytime soon for gas. This is only 11 miles from here.
Yeah, you guys can see, like, just look at all this rain that it's dumping right here. You can see it's already forming a little bit of a river here, and that's just gonna rise up.
Yep, there it is.
That's just gonna keep rising and rising, and you know, flooding. A lot of people don't think too much of flooding sometimes, but if you've ever had your basement flooded, your house flooded, you know that's one of the worst things that can happen. Just screws up everything. Also, probably some flash floods down the gulches here, right?
Yeah, oh yeah. Dumping all its rain.
Yeah, it's just dumping rain. Crazy. Yeah, this storm is what happens when a few powerful storms, dry dust, a whole bunch of stuff comes together at once. This guy's got to get his headlights on.
Yeah.
Flashing, maybe?
Well, trying to figure out about gas here in town. You said you had one on your...
I did.
It's
right.
Let's go to
back that way.
Navigate me to that?
Yeah.
I'm not having it on mine. We are looking for flash floods, everybody, now. All this rain has to go somewhere.
So you're going down, we're going to make a left. It says it's 1 minute away.
Okay.
I suppose this is going to be, yeah, I hope not. I suppose this is going to be a serve yourself situation.
I suppose what? Oh, gas.
Yeah.
Good. Yeah, only New Jersey has the full serve, I think.
Yeah,
I think that's the only state.
Yeah, I know, I can't stand it, honestly. Whenever I'm back
when
in
they
New
come in, I'm like,
Oh, wow,
sir,
look at this
I want to
flooding.
get my own gas.
Yeah, look at this flooding already. This is pretty bad. And floods just chew up roads.
Well, that's the gas station, isn't it? I bet that's the...
No, it's further down on the left.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Make a left here,
I
please.
appreciate your navigation. Might as well get gas. I'll find the closest one here. Road Ranger, 15 miles every 24 hours. 21-minute drive. Yep.
How far is it?
19 miles.
I have one at 14 mile, but it's Gardendale Grocery.
Yeah, I saw that one due
Yeah,
east.
you don't trust it?
Yeah, sorry. What is this? Is that gas? It looks like gas.
It looks like gas, doesn't it? Gas card. Open to the public 24/7, gasoline and diesel.
Yes, we're back. We're not spending the night out here. It'll be wet.
Thank God. Yep, gonna get wet.
Let's see a car. Oh, there's the card. Fuel Master? Uh-oh.
Gonna go find out.
I'm just gonna get out.
What else can we do?
Okay. You got the jacket?
Holy shit, big lightning back there.
Wow. All right, everybody, we're gonna get some gas here.
Getting gas. Come on. Sorry guys, lost you for a second there. Sorry about that, my hands are slippery. Jeez.
Not worried at all.
You need my zip? Communication starts to suffer in the storm.
Filling up. Woo! We're filling up.
I'm sorry.
Oh no, that's okay.
Were you just standing waiting for me to give you my zip code?
No, I thought it was my card, so I was entering in mine. That's okay. I'm not too worried. Oh, I'm filling up.
Rain's not too cold, actually.
Well, all right, guys, we're filling up with gas. The severe thunderstorm warning has been dropped. It seems like this supercell is producing a ton of rain, but not a huge amount of rain that has overwhelmed the drainage systems here in Goldsmith just yet.
That's impressive. Looked like a ton of rain to me.
Yeah, it did.
It looked like a ton of rain to me.
Yeah, it did. We'll go back into town too. Yeah, that was intense. Good work. We made it down here.
Alright. So, Team Dominator, wet t-shirt. Calendar coming out.
And we're full. Full of gas.
As soon as he opens the door, it's so cold. I'm definitely. I should have helped that a little bit.
No.
Yeah, no, I realized.
Well, it takes one person to pump.
Yeah.
I was gonna let you
Man,
do it.
I just.
No. It wasn't as bad as I thought.
No?
No. It's not.
Got it, guys. I'll show you the radar of the storm here.
Look at that. See if we got any flooding in town.
I don't see any green boxes.
Yeah. Go verify it ourselves, I think.
So here's the radar of the storm. We're just in the middle of this just mess, really. And we're driving back towards a little bit of the heavier mess, and it doesn't even seem to be moving. Yeah, and this storm is just going in all sorts of directions. I mean, these are multiple little storms. You see, this one is going this way, this one's going that way, this one's going that way. This is the weirdest thing that I've seen in a while. I mean, it's a complete mess. It's a complete mess.
Much needed rain though out here.
Yeah, I mean, the whole way out, I mean, obviously the whole way out didn't get this much rain, but the whole way out I was just thinking like drought, because it was just...
Mega drought.
Yeah.
Thank God we were able to get gas.
That would have been tough.
Ooh, yeah, look at this. A bit of blood here, guys.
Yeah.
A little runoff. Urban. Some flooding that way.
Some people hiding out in Bubba's country store. Let's see here.
There's some flow in that flood right here, but right there. There it is. Oh, we got a flash flood.
I'm gonna do it on this side, and then I'll hand it to you. 'Cause I got a little bit over here, so here we go. Here's that water flooding coming in. It's going under the vehicle, and then over to... Jeez. Yeah. Let's see.
Seems like there's not any creeks in town either. I was trying to look for some on the map. There's a plateau up here.
Yeah, kayak would be helpful.
Literally. It had massive mega haboob and it just collapsed on the road. Went nuts there. It might have been produced a tornado. See that little branch thing that went down out of the wall top?
Yeah, I did see that.
It probably wasn't, but I think that was when the coupler was really tight.
Yeah, the coupler was pretty tight there. I mean, look, we did everything we could to get here on time. We probably missed by, what, 5 minutes? 5 minutes of chasing. John NPS 30, thank you very much for the super chat. Much appreciated. Somebody says, that's Texas rainfall for you. We had 3 feet of rain in 4 hours in South Texas one time.
Must have been a tropical system. Yeah, it wasn't fogged up, everybody.
Yeah. Yeah, I want you to give us a little radar breakdown if you could.
Yeah.
This.
So this is our location. We do have another area of rain that's starting to drift a little bit south. But overall, we had a dominant supercell storm. Look at that thing as it was heading south. Boom, we were about to intercept, pivoting, gorilla hail, 80-mile-per-hour winds here in Goldsmith. And it did fan out. We ended up getting probably 60, 70-mile-an-hour winds in town, a ton of rain as well. But that could have been a really dangerous storm if it held together as it came into Goldsmith.
Yeah, so if this storm wasn't really there and didn't nail that and interfere, what would have happened then?
It's difficult to tell. I think that this moving south was more kind of moving away from the boundary and into some slightly drier air. Also, the combination of a little bit of cloud seeding from that MCS off to the west. You can see how they both weakened at the same time. That tells me that they were both played a very important role in the collapse of this complex of storms, the supercell and the MCS back to the west of it. But you can definitely see a lot of mesoscale activity happening. We call these mesoscale accidents. They're very difficult to predict with any lead time. But you can definitely see that gorilla hail producer bombing south. It tried to ride the boundary for a little while. And we think as it dove south, it might have even made an attempt at producing a tornado well to the north of Goldsmith. A little bit further north is where we think that it, right there, when it had that really strong couplet, that is when we think that it made an attempt in there, and we saw a wall cloud and there is that, when we were looking off to the west at that circulation, almost a haboob-like pattern as the storm was collapsing, but that tight rotation there appeared to be when this storm attempted at least to produce a potential tornado.
Yeah, I didn't copy that.
There really was one. Chris, Florida got it. That was a wildfire in the haboob inside the storm there.
God, so you got wildfire, dust, haboob, rain, hail.
Yeah.
And then storms running into each other, doing the mesoscale accidents, right?
Yeah.
And that just... And I feel like in a Hollywood movie, it would be like, and this turns into a superstorm now.
Yeah.
But in reality, it's usually like, well, it just disorganizes everything and everything just blows apart.
Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of what happened. I think that the fire probably was ignited just as the storms were collapsing and becoming a little bit more outflow dominant. But yeah, that was definitely a wildfire that caused that. We thought it was a haboob from the distance, but turns out that a wildfire was ignited inside that storm, and it had all that smoke, all that dust, haboob-like appearance underneath the supercell storm.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
We had some folks in chat who were saying, yeah, that's a wildfire. So good job on those guys.
Yeah,
tracking the weather.
Thanks, everybody.
Tuning into Aaron. Aaron was on that. I wonder where Aaron is right now.
Mm-hmm. That'd be good to hang out.
Yeah, right?
I think we may head down toward the Midland area and kind of position for potential flooding event as this thing drifts toward that location. Yeah, this blob has definitely blobbed out. That's exactly what has happened.
Planets is has donated on Super Chat and says, you've been a huge inspiration to me.
Wow,
and I
you,
try
Planet.
to teach and get my students into weather. You're awesome. Thanks.
Oh, that's fantastic.
That's what
Thank you.
That's what we're about here.
Nice. We appreciate you.
We want
all the educators out there. We appreciate
Yeah.
so much. My mom's an educator, retired now,
Yeah.
middle school.
Yeah, you may get the you're probably teaching a couple future meteorologists. Hopefully they go for the full
meteorology degree.
The full degree.
Yeah. It's good to go to school and understand why a tornado happens or why a certain thing will happen weather-wise, whether it be a flooding event or a hurricane. Even if you decide to take the path of a full-time storm chaser, I just think, even though it may not get you more tornadoes, I think that if you understand why you found a tornado, that is just part of the human spirit. Ooh, that guy just barreled through that flood.
Yeah.
There it is. The Goldsmith flood. This truck so doesn't come through it. I'll probably slow down. Man, we really pushed it hard for that storm.
This is what it's about.
To be about
I mean,
20 minutes earlier, probably.
right. So yeah, guys, so we drove 8 hours, something like that, 7 hours or so, to miss what we were aiming for by maybe like 5 minutes.
I didn't have Gorilla Hail, but I did have a windbag, and we intercepted the supercell storm. Classic windbag, but if it held together a little longer, thankfully it didn't. It could have been a pretty bad problem here in Goldsmith. Good.
Don't let me forget that.
I won't. I really like the gray wilderness style, that kind of maybe light blue background, really focusing your eyes on the thickness of the light blue, I guess. I love ours. Ours are really good. I think if you're ready. different ones too for these versus these. Keep all of these like that style.
Yeah, I don't know if any of you.
Yeah, you gotta put the tornado in there, I think. Needs access to probably all the tornado graphics that we have too. Alright guys, we are taking a left here on 302 East. And we're going to drop into Odessa area. Right now we're kind of in flash flood mode. It looks like the windbag is weakened. It's going to be a little bit more weakened. Whoop. Thank you everybody for joining us on this live stream today.
Dark in here. Got some lightning too. Got some light here. Throw out the bugs. Odessa to the left, Kermit to the right. Going to Odessa.
You really smell that gas out here.
Really smell it. I was just gonna say that.
It's interesting how there's no canyons and stuff here.
Get all these cars just pulled over.
Yeah.
Good idea.
Probably oil and gas workers, don't you think?
James.
Some kind of all blood? What the hell?
I don't know. It's weird. Yeah, there's a lot of lightning still. Lightning maps is going gorilla right now. Let me turn off my lightning layer. There's a lot of lightning. Yeah, a whole bunch of lightning on this storm. We're gonna keep it facing out so you guys can see it.
Good northerlies here. Still some heavy rain. Storm near Silverton on the cold side of the boundary went severe. That little job up northeast of Silverton.
Yep.
large-scale convective complex with some stronger echoes. The whole thing is kind of oozing southeast toward the Midland area. It's hard to tell if that heavy rain is going to make it, but the front is sagging down into the Midland area too. That front sag. See the whole front sagging down to the I-20 corridor. That's really what caused this event to not go as big as it could have, is that this front sagged south of Lubbock. Could have easily had big hail up into Lubbock as well if this remained a stationary front instead of a cold front that's surging down to the south, settling down near the I-20 corridor. But it definitely had a lot of potential to be very impactful. There was a lot of large hail on the southeastern corner of New Mexico, northwest of Jal, up there. And they had pretty impactful weather. The only flash flood warning was issued for the Pecos Valley. That includes Jeff Davis. A lot of low water crossings, a lot of canyons down here in this Pecos Valley, southwest of the Permian Basin. That's why we're not seeing any canyons or anything up here, because it's just a flat basin.
Yep.
Permian Basin.
Permian Basin?
I figured that out, so we're having trouble finding any of those creeks or anything back there, isn't it?
I suppose so.
And everybody, gotta give Brian a round of applause. Give Brian a thank you. If it weren't for him, he is saving Team Dominator single-handedly right now. So let's give Brian a round of applause.
Not single-handedly. Not single-handedly. A lot of people from the Team Dominator community are helping. Of course, all the older mods, the new mods, Spreezy with our stream, you know, a few other chasers. And this is the improved stream is just the start. There's a lot more coming pretty quickly, guys. So looking forward. And I am half Irish, half Italian. 100% American. Everybody's a mutt. I think if I did like a DNA test to find out other things going on than Irish and Italian, so.
My mom is big into genealogists related to that Levi Williams, who was the one who was with the mob that murdered Joseph Smith.
Oh, really?
Not good, but the Mormon king guy.
Yeah. I know Joseph Smith.
Illinois, I guess. There was a mob apparently, which is why there's some storm in jail cell.
Yeah, got it.
Crazy times.
Yeah, definitely lost muscle tone. Added fat the past 3 days.
Lost my ass.
Yeah, there's something that happens when you're storm chasing, when you're covering like 1,000 miles a day, and you're a little tired, and you had 10,000 conversations with the other people in the car. That it feels like I've been out here for a month. Like it really feels like a month. And I'm told that that's like, you know, that's a good thing. That's a life extender. You know, apparently that's why there's a hypothesis that that's why childhood years feel so long because everything is new. Everything is new all the time.
That's a good theory.
And then, you know, as you settle into kind of a routine, you know, time starts slipping a bit faster. But then you go out, chase for 3 days, and it feels like a freaking month. In a good and bad way.
Also, as I'm forgetting information and my memory is starting to wane, and it feels like I haven't been around as long. It's kind of a life extender as well.
Yeah.
Or a life shortener. It's kind of like the slide rule, you know, a running mean that moves along with your life. Your memory probably is really sharp over like a 10-year running mean.
Yeah.
Gradually wanes down after the 10 years prior.
Yep.
I don't remember a lot of the storm chasers. Well, I remember everything, you know, but a lot of the real small details I don't remember. It's an adrenaline thing, I think, too.
Yeah, probably.
I do remember all the meteorological setups and the dates and the way the storms looked and the visual images and the pictures and stuff.
Yeah, we'll have to give you like a quiz, basically, see how sharp you actually are. Maybe I could do that like remotely.
Lost about 5 or 6 stats. There's the pilot.
That's the gas station we
Could have made it to.
This is the gas station that we maybe would have made it to. Yep.
Maybe when I
Yeah, it's on radar here. That's what we're reassessing our situation here. It's kind of moderate rain, kind of fluffing out. Kind of flurf.
yeah, there you go.
Let's see. Put that on a little bit of a loop here. I see. It's kind of like.
Yeah, you can see the spin in it. So I mean, there's a lot of latent heat release, which means big condensation that's happening, heavy rain, and a lot stored inside the water molecules are stored heat energy. I do think that there could be a flood threat down here, even though it is the Permian Basin. You're not going to get like a lot of raging running water, maybe in the urban areas down here, down near Midland, but old storms that have expanded, turned into some windbags, still some gyres, diabetic heating here, still happening, but we didn't get the gorilla hail softballs coming in at 80-mile-an-hour horizontal winds, but we did get a lot of wind, and really good for Goldsmith, because it could have been a very dangerous storm coming into the Goldsmith area.
Look at this. This might be a victim of the. Oh no. I was gonna say that.
Windbag?
I was gonna say that cross is a bit tilted, but that was on purpose.
Hungry?
Yes, those definitely gorillas in the mist. Just know that as a rap song. I don't actually know what it is, but
I thought for sure that was a haboob, but man, that was actually
it's just
wildfire.
wildfire. Huh?
I wonder if that helped to ramp it up at all, providing some type of heat injection. Hot beef injection. Yeah, I think we're going to shut it down. What do you think?
I don't see we could,
Yeah.
I don't see anything else we could really chase right now.
Unless a flood threat emerges nocturnal down in Midland.
Yeah.
In that case, we'll go live.
Maybe we reactivate if we see something, but you know, we don't want to use fear or anything to keep you guys glued and scared to it. We're just, you know, we like to keep it pretty honest on here.
Yeah.
So yeah, we're gonna be wrapping it up. We'll probably go live again if something big is happening. So make sure you have your notifications on. And then coming up again, we have a tropical storm coming in a few days, probably in western Florida, right?
Yeah, it looks like Southwest Florida. I haven't looked since this morning, but I think there's an official track on it now.
Okay.
But I haven't looked yet.
Yeah, so
I think it's going to be a low-end event, probably a tropical depression or tropical storm.
got it. Okay.
A little early in the seasonal cycle, usually for something to go really big in the Gulf.
I was thinking that. I was like, is this the time of year for that? So yeah, that's right, because we came up with that calendar on that show, and I was like, for some reason I was feeling like it wasn't exactly time for that just yet.
Yeah, but they're happening earlier. I mean, it made landfall, I think, as a Cat 2 on the west coast of Mexico as Agatha. And La Nina, I mean, the water's anomalously cool out there. There's that little area of warming, though, right off Peru that I think it means that we're probably going to go back to an El Nino this winter.
Okay.
We'll see, though.
Well, all right. Well, thank you guys for riding along on the, part of the long trek. It was pretty. It was interesting. And then, you know, we got some good